hi everyone. It seems to be the case that every time I think things are working, not Discord, I tend to blame programs, it seems. OBS! That's today's blame name of the game here with the ads. Oh, no, Twitch. I get to blame Twitch. Hi, everyone. Hello, though. Let me go ahead and get those names. Hi, Frost. Orc. Hi, Nita. Welcome in as well. Hi. Oh, you always get me with your name, Saraxus, I think. You can tell me how close I got. I can certainly always try again one of these days. It will be consistent. I make no promises, but I'll do my best. What do we have here? We have Zedrunner. Hello there. Well, hello. We also have Millsy. Is that how you say it? Welcome into stream. Welcome in. We also have Mordor on YouTube, as well as Stickman Army. So welcome in. Hi, everyone. I believe those are all of the names. Zedrunner, Saraxas. Hi. And I just came back from the ads. Yeah, the timing is always so funky. If I don't start it super early, like it says the ads are 3 minutes, but the automatic ads need to start about 4 minutes. So it's a lot of math, and a lot of math I'm not capable of doing at the very moment, you know? It'll be fine. It's good to know my usual system works. I realized a lot of the malfunctions were due to me not restarting my computer before stream. So I started doing that now, and you have to restart your computer. Sometimes it's good to restart the internet. Things of that nature can help the computer not be as angry at you when it comes to trying to do things in the moment. So you know what? Lesson learned. And I think I have a way to pronounce my name. Let's try Nito. Neato? Is that it? Nito? I thought it was Nito. And the struggle of machinery. Yeah. I'm doing well, though. I can certainly say this week has been a doozy. Let's see. Nitho. Is that better? A little bit closer? And oh, thank you, Milsy, for the follow. That's a fun name. Milsy. Welcome in. I can certainly say this week for me has been a bit of a doozy. It's been super duper busy. I have tried my best to factor in, getting in 1 hour a day of doing programming into my just usual schedule. However, I talked about this last week, I think, but I wanted to get back into doing some sort of sport, and I've recently picked back up on swimming. So every few days I go down to the gym and now I can swim, which is super duper fun. I used to be part of a swim team competitively, so I won gold medals and all. So it's nice now after I'd say maybe almost a decade to be able to get back into it because it's fun and it's super duper healthy too. So you know what I'll be doing once the stream ends. So we gotta end on time. And hi, Check. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And gold medalist. Oh boy.
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed
hi,
hydrate.
Cat on keyboard. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Hi. I hope everyone's having a great day. And if you're not, please reconsider. Well, thank you. And I hope the same goes for you. Reconsider if you're having a bad day too, or just if it's not a great day, you can make it an even better day possibly. There's still time in the day, unless you're dealing with time zones. In that case, good luck. But I'm sure there's still time somewhere, somehow. And Pokemon ZA dropped yesterday. I'm having, that sounds like fun. And I also want to make my own game, just got added. I see. Well, welcome in. I hope you'll have fun making your own game. And water, yes, but water is wet. It is, that's the one thing, or that's the one reason why I stopped swimming for a very long time. Me and tiling don't get along. Like the tiling that goes on in the bathrooms. I say, all right, water time. Water has been completed. Thank you again for that redeem. Well, that's that. Let's go into planning, shall we? Let's see. Planning stage, go. Today should be a lot of fun. Is water wet? I thought water isn't wet. It's a property that makes other things wet. Can't you have your cake and eat it too? Isn't it wet and it infects other things with its wetness? Isn't that how it goes? Or Am I mistaking? Let me click on this guy here so that it's good to date. I believe so. I believe we've got the notifications good to go and running, which is great to hear. Saying all that, today should be a lot of fun. I say that because it's a new topic. It's kind of a refresher. I've been asked to make a whole board plan of things my game includes. I forget what it's called, but when you talk about the attributes of your game, and I'm hoping to do that soon. We've been, for the past at least a month, refactoring the game, which is just a fun way to say we've been cleaning up the game, cleaning up the code since this game is over a year old. And I'm happy to announce I have 4 scripts left out of like 100 maybe, or okay, let's not go that far, out of maybe 60 that I have to do. So refactoring is just about complete. I've been able to do it for the past 2 weeks. I've been able to catch up doing the 1 hour a day working on my game, which is really nice to hear. So since we don't have a lot left to refactor, I can do it on my own time. And what we'll be doing today is figuring out how to add something new to the game. So we'll talk about the game, we'll talk about refreshing, and then we'll go from there, shall we? Saying all of that though, I'm sure you all need to, get all nice and comfy, get where you are, get some popcorn, things of that nature. I'll be right back, all right? Don't move. You don't need to move. It's okay. You don't have to move anywhere else. You'll be fine. I display is comfy. Welcome in, Beatus. Welcome in. How did you all get here? I always wonder, and I never really question it. I just think to myself, man, what a weird scenario we happen to both be put in that we have no power to undo. To be in this officey lobby waiting on our meetings that are very business to take place, and there's no doors, there's no windows, it's really just us and the elevator. There's no trap doors, you don't have any tools to dig out. People have tried and to no avail, which is okay. It's all right. You just have to understand that I'd say, if I had to guess, because I don't know, like you don't know even, I'd say the elevators will arrive in about a minute. And since you clearly have time on your hands, why don't we have a little bit of a chat? Like, hold on. There we are. Hi. How are ya? And welcome in, Eska. Welcome in. I'm gonna hide behind the plant. How are you sure you can hide? What if they weigh like 1,000 pounds? And Bobby shall always be the employee of the month. And welcome in, Sky. All that said, welcome to the elevator pitch, a section I like to do at the beginning of my stream where I attempt to spend less than a minute, sometimes a minute, sometimes 30 seconds, 45 seconds, in that range area, attempting to pitch my game to. And I'm sure you're very curious by now, what game are you making? Well, to further explain, bam! Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game I've been developing since last year. It has been a year. Saying that though, the good news is we are moving on to catching back up to where we were. The thing is, I made the game, or I made the prototype of the game, and then realized some things needed to be fixed, so we had to go back. So now we're going forward again, as the things we'll be doing in the game were already earlier implemented, but because they don't work with the new system, we have to go back and redesign, and that's what we'll be doing today. And you would sell me a blam! Kablam! I'm fancy meeting you here. With all of that said, if I click that timer, once it's at 45 seconds, I'll begin my pitch, as it's a great way to explain it for people who haven't been here in a second, maybe people who haven't been here before, and it also gives me a chance to get better at explaining it in a short amount of time, so everyone stays up to date. Okay. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her prestigious wizard academy to...
BTZolo just redeemed IRL word ban.
I can't think! Welcome to cafe! You know what? Hold on. I don't even have it prepared up. All right, you know what? I'll honor it. Give me 1 second. I never imagined Someone would, people have been threatening to do it, but they've never done it before. Terrible, yeah, very foul, I agree. Type, set the timer for 3 minutes, I believe, just double checking, hold on. Timer, let's see. You are, you should be set to 3 minutes, reset that. Cut back to this guy here, and if I just go ahead and import our scene here, just double checking, and oh, that should not be that. There we go. All right, import scene and Mickey's challenge screen. There we are. Alrighty. Okay, well, let's see if I can pitch my game without saying the word type. I mean, I feel like they go hand in hand, Frost. Oh boy. Alrighty then. Let's see. If I say the word, the timer gets reset. That's the name of the game. So let me go ahead and stop that timer again, start it up again, and we'll see how this goes. Feels like a PowerPoint presentation. I've done a PowerPoint presentation. Might have to do one of those again to keep you on your feet, as I've noticed colorful pictures is fun. And welcome to my game, which is over there. You can see the name of, where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her prestigious wizard family necromancy. And you're sent to this wizard academy where you're sent to become a necromancer. But you don't want to become a necromancer, no. You want to become a baker, a chef. So you decide to open up a small part of an abandoned part of the school, and you open up a cafe. And the idea is that not only is it a cafe game, it's also a rhythm game, and you have to use your keyboard keys to go on beat. And the idea is that over the semester, you gain new spells, you gain new food, you gain new customers that you have to surface to. And the hope is that by the end of the semester, you can say, I don't have to become a necromancer to be successful. I can be a baker, a chef. And that is I'll say, it was hard to get into the mechanics because the mechanics are right there. But welcome in, Rox. Was it Rox Reed or Rox Red? Welcome back in. Hi. I hope you've been well. I certainly have not been with that thing up there. It's like the impending doom clock. And I haven't done a PowerPoint since 7th grade. I think it was one on World War II for history class. I know I was all with the cool animations and stuff. And a wizardry chef. Indeed, a wizardry chef. And how did you do it smoothly as you did with extra limits? What's the mechanics? You know what? When words cannot express emotions, why not say it through song? Why not say it through action? So let me go ahead and get off my business attire. Let me go ahead and just do that. No more suit. Let me get on my business associate, Bobby here. As you know, he's very handy. And with that said, oh boy, what kind of game is it? You know what kind of game it is. And word art between pages, indeed. Alright, let me go ahead and I saw that cat saw on keyboard. But I'm doing great today. I'm excited because it's something new. Alright, let me bring you over to Obsidian and I can better show you the game. So to get a refresher, to get a good look at what the game has to offer, let me go ahead and bring you there, and then let me click on, I believe it's this icon here. Let me go ahead and click on the run game. And if I do exclamation and then the game's name, that there, it should work. Oh, the timer is gone. What was I at? Like a minute? Would you say? And also, did it look like the skulls? Are the skulls moving fast for you, or is that only a visual thing for me? That is super weird. 10 seconds left. Okay, well, let's see. A revolt. Well, you know what? I'll continue for a little bit more, and we'll count down the seconds together. How does that sound? We have Obsidian open here. Oh, never mind. There's a timer right there. Where the skulls are moving. They looked like they were moving super duper fast. There's about 3 more. Let me make this bigger. Let me make this bigger, smaller, and not the action, the word itself. But I'd say time is up since it's been about 20 seconds. So thanks for trying to get me on that one, Beatus. And take the timer away. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, you can see the skulls are moving in the background. When I changed scenes, it looked like they were moving super duper fast. It looked like a cool game. Well, thank you. Alrighty, so to begin, and oh, audio is not autoing. I see it. I acknowledge it. There we are. Audio should be good to go. You should be able to hear it now. Everything you currently see in the game, I have made. So I've made the programming, I've made the art, and I've made the music. And I hope to eventually add more music to the game. But right now, we're working on the prototype, so the core mechanics of the game. And hydrate? Sure. Oh boy, let's see. And if you'd like to check out the game for yourself, the prototype is currently up on itch. That's what that earlier link was. And that was too fast. I think you should slow down. You don't want me to slow down. And elevator pitches make me thirsty. They do. It's a lot of speaking. So if we go into calibration here and we click on start, let's see. Space, space, space.
Check _14 just redeemed to avoid.
Okay, you know what? Let me finish calibrating and then.
Like the sloth guy from Zootopia.
And you call me the chaotic one. I'm trying to have an orderly stream here. Hold on, let me clear my throat. Okay, sure. I suppose. Hold on. Hold your horses here. Let me just go ahead and grab. Oh boy. Let's see. Let me import the scene here. Grab that scene there. The good news is now I don't have to separate it every single time. It should automatically do it on its own, but I can certainly say this is going to be painful as I don't like speaking slow. And this has made me incredibly happy. Oh boy, let's see. Go back to the screen here. I should be able to change it to voice slow sloth. There we go. Set that to that there, and then set the timer to 5 minutes. Let's see, 5 minutes. And if I do all of that and I go ahead and hide and show, now we shall speak in slow motion. And this is already very painful. I could probably go even slower, but I don't want to. So if we head over to the levels and we click on the tutorial, I can show you how to play the game. Once the tutorial is clicked, if we move around with the arrow keys, the tutorial customer will spawn. From there, what we... Whoa, don't rush it. It's not a race. If we click E on the customer, it will interact with them and seat them. From there, the customer will look through their book and be ready to order. How am I supposed to laugh in slow motion? Once the customer is ready, we can interact with them again, and if we hold down space, we can see what the customer wants to order. It is something pink, purple, and has an icon. Ha. 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 From there, we follow the skull into the cafe kitchen, and we go into the back room. You can see now we are in the place. You just don't sound like you're in great pain. I have to selectively choose my words, and welcome into stream, Jacob X Shinobi. If I had to guess, I can try again. Once we are behind the counter, you can see we need 3 things in order to make a spell. I'm glad to hear it. Was it neat though? Or did I get it wrong again? We can go over to a bookshelf, and if we hit E, we will see there are 2 flavors. Each spell needs 2 flavors, so we can go sweet, sweet, we can go bitter, bitter, or we can go sweet, bitter at the moment. Are these streams always this relaxing? Check. Are you trying to say I am not a relaxing individual? Don't I put you to sleep normally? Once we have our two flavors here, you're good. It's hard to type pronunciation in chat. Nito is fine. Good. We'll grab our product, and since we are making a sweet bitter cake, this is all we need. From there, I hold down Q to start spell casting. The idea is that once the letters reach the white circle, you type them. And here, I mean, I do go to sleep after watching them, so... Here you can see the progress meter. Once this fills up, the spell is complete. Love your voice, but I don't know if I could put you before bed in your... Here you can see the tongue-tied meter. When this meter fills up, the game is over. You have failed. Let me clear my throat. As I was saying, this meter, once filled up, means you have failed too many times and I'm free! Agony! Stick! Agony! I'm free! Oh boy. Alrighty, so without further ado, why don't I go ahead and show you the game? Why don't I? So I go ahead, if I go ahead and click close here, let's see. A-N-D space W-H-A-T space I-S space G-O-O-D space A-N-D space T-H E space M-O-M E space N E V E R T H E L E. Yep, doing great at my own game. E R S N A T C H. And from there, the spell is complete, and you can see that little cake that has finally spawned and appeared. So if we go ahead and click on finalize here. Hi, Sarah. Welcome into stream. You can regain your stamina. Link. Oh, since you asked so kindly, exclamation NECROTYPE. If you'd like to give a try at your game, you can go ahead and give it a try, as it is currently out on itch. And I really like the beat. Thank you, Stickman Army. I hope that worked. I don't quite know, but you know what? I can do, what is that? I can do that there. So we'll see, Frosta. But I can go ahead and click it too, so it's good to go. All right, thank you, by the way. So we go ahead, we pick up this cake, and I'm gonna watch the VOD at 1/4 speed. I hope never again to have to move that slowly. Awful, I say awful. To limit a fraction of my power. We can go ahead and serve the customer here. And once they're done eating, they'll wipe their mouth, ready for the receipt, and then they'll walk along their merry way. And that is the game currently in a nutshell. And if you notice, we have customers served, we also have angry customers, and we also have ghosts served. This was a thing in the game before I redid how the rhythm system worked. And now that the rhythm system has been reworked, the ghosts need to be re-added into the game, but they can't play nice with the new system. So we have to build them from the ground up. And I like the normal speed because that's about how fast I'm talking. Iridium Goth voice again. Oh boy. Let's go back to main menu here. I can go ahead and click on escape here. And then if I go ahead and mute the music here, there we go. I bring back in you music here. There we are. Lovely. And if I hide you, show you there, that should be full screen. Good. Let me make sure I didn't miss anyone here. You look like you enjoyed it. Should I do the same voice next time? No, check, no. Save hack. I had to think, and it was hard. It was like, yeah, see it? And quick question, have you watched Over the Hedge and possibly remember a certain squirrel? I do. I have not seen that movie in ages, but I do remember it being one of my favorites. Oh boy, let me click on this guy and hydrate. Sure. Let me make sure. Let's see. Nevo with a soft H sound. Got ya. Okay. I think we're good. The excitement is dying. Yeah. Water time. And maybe I help out with the no, Eska. I say you're supposed to be one of the good ones, but I don't believe that anymore. All right, let me get some water. All right, water's good to go. Let me blow my nose, and then we will talk about what's been going on in the game and what shall happen. Let me bring you into, let's see. Screens, which button is that? There's always so many buttons, I tell you. Here we are. All right, give me 1 second. You know that emote does not inspire a good fortune. It's like, I'm always helping you. What do you mean? That's what it sounds like. If I go ahead and click on this guy here and click on our screens and hide that guy there, we should be able to look at the roadmap. And are there any good ones here anymore? You know, I'm not quite too sure. I think it's when new people join, but then they realize what's going on and they decide, yes, I choose chaos. You know, I can't blame them, but you know, has there ever really been? And not to ban the word banana, not to stop you from saying it, to see everyone else. That's a terrible idea, Zero. And can you believe that, chat? She doesn't trust us. I'm just saying, you know. With all of that said, you can see the, or you get called Pumpkin Girl. I am only alright with it because it is the spooky season. Once spooky month is done, I do not accept it when it comes into November. You can see up here the roadmap of the game. As I said before, I've been working on this game for over a year now, since last August, and we've been adding, removing, doing things. I don't trust me either, Zero. You've shown how devious you are. And after solving the bugs, which we've done recently, we added the bookshelves, which you saw earlier, which we were able to grab objects off of, and now we were refactoring, which is just cleaning up the game, making sure things that aren't old aren't in the game anymore, and refactoring's almost done. And I can even show you, if I go into programming here, and so the demo's closer than ever. It is indeed, and actually, Godot is not open. Godot, get me in the game here. Hold on. It wasn't clicked. And angry. See, Zero, see? Oh boy. And when it becomes November, we can put a mustache. What does mustache and November have to do? Huh? Godot. Reminds me of, what is his name? Hyphonic, I think? Or, I never get it right, but he's Australian. He's also a Godot dev, and he just always goes, g'day, g'day. It's so fun. And no shave November. I see. Now, you can see the game's not happy with us currently, and it's because I haven't deleted everything to do with Ghost, because I wasn't sure if I wanted to reuse old code, and that's why it's angry, because Ghost hypnotic, is that better? It doesn't like me know, and it's freezing. You know, as they say, technical, you know what? While Godot is deciding to not do what it should do normally, I'm gonna bring you into concepts. And why don't we doodle a little bit? And hi, small buck boy. Welcome in industry, and welcome in. And hey, yo, gamers, how goes? It goes great. Welcome in. It goes, technical difficulties. Godot is freezing. Oh boy, love to see it. I have, let's see. So this is Ghost, and I believe we've talked about it. Doodle and draw, yeah. I would like to draw out a picture for you of how the game works currently. Fast. So what I'll do is I'll bring down our Ghost ideas here, and now let me see if I can explain the game a little bit better while Godot is having a mini heart attack. Now, I can't say over the week, I accidentally deleted something I shouldn't have, but because I had a backup of my game, I didn't have to fear. But it just makes me think, if I didn't have a backup, the game, I would have lost so much progress. I deleted a whole folder that had like 40% of the game in it. That was terrifying, but we're good. And let's see, is it Nitho? Oh, it's a short O cut off right when you say it. I see. Not me saying it, the name. And always back up the game. Yes, always back it up. And Godot's so cool, it's frozen. You know, Godot used to crash on me all the time when I was streaming. So it's interesting. Now it hasn't gone back to that, but it's odd, it's freezing. Alrighty, so the game is, and oh wait, it is like the Brazilian one. Oh, I see. I'll have to look into it then. So we have in our game a little necromancer gal here. We'll just make her a little sad face here. There it is. Her sad little face, but she's very happy actually. And we have the customers. We'll also do that there. And the customers, they're customers. So, you know, they get a cool. They get a little smile too. And the game is both a rhythm and typing game. So rhythm, typing, and cafe. So I'll go ahead and I'll just do this here because these are tables that you serve the customers at, and we'll make the customers a little bit smaller and slide them up here and copy and paste all of you guys here. There we go, like that. There we go. And in that there, let's see. And have you sacrificed any mortals for Godot's glory recently? I have not sacrificed anyone. Thank you very much. You know, I may be eldritch, but I don't take sacrifices in the form of living beings or non-living, before you say it. Sacrifices around here are just, you're just, you know, being around and spending your time. And it's not taking your life essence either. That's not a thing either. Portuguese, I see. Got ya. And hi, Nero. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Let me also draw this over here. Drag it. Do you take that? I take cash. Oh boy. Let me move this over here. This is your desk where you spellcast at. You need 3 ingredients. This is a bookshelf here. That's one bookshelf. The bookshelf, and then that's another bookshelf here. Hopefully this can describe the game a little bit better. And so we do sacrifice time. I'm sorry, I don't have cash and time for it. You know what they say, time is money. Let's see here. Let me add you here because this is the key listener, and then we have the key. So A, and then B, and then C. There we are. How are you doing, Godot? Are you still angry? Godot is still angry. It's completely frozen on me, which is odd. I was working on the game last night and it wasn't doing this. So interesting. Okay, I'll reopen Godot. And while we do that, we will continue. And the table where you screw up or get good. Get good. I'll click on Godot here again and see if it decides it wants to run now, which is odd. Maybe it's because of the backup I had to make, or I don't know, but it didn't want to open, which is okay. You know, sometimes we all have our horrible times. Oh, Godot is working. Lovely. Okay, good. Okay, Godot's working in the background. That's good to know. Alright, so in my game, the idea is that if I scroll out a little bit here, scroll out, scroll down, and we have here, move you down here, move you down here, and then also, let's see, I'll move you about down here-ish. We also have our progress meter, can kind of fill that in. And then we also have a meter here for our failure. Move that in there. There's a bit of a speech bubble going on here, so I'll, you know, speech bubble there. And then you have her casting, so we'll just do this here, copy it, make her bigger, and put her there. There we go. Okay, so my game is both, well, it's got its multiple genres, and I went to get water and missed a bit. Who are we sacrificing? No one! I assure you! Oh, but no one! Everyone, no, free will is here. Don't you worry. Let's see. It is a rhythm, R-H-Y-T-H-M, rhythm, typing, T-Y-P-I-N-G, typing, and a cafe game, C-A-F-E. There we are. And the idea is that it takes, well, I would say it's 3 genres, wouldn't you say? Rhythm is a genre, typing games are a genre, and cafe is a genre, cafe sim, so it's a little bit of mix. It's what's the word I'm looking for? It's a little bit not passionate. Nope, let me clear my throat again. Hold on. And also, audio might have been double audio, so let me mute that. Might need to get some tea, but I'm good to go now. Okay, so it's a little bit aiming for the stars, but I think it's fine. It's been working out well so far. Let me grab this guy. Oh, hold on. If it lets me grab this guy here, remove you, and drag you up here. paste you there. Alrighty, so our main character, Gabriella, she is a masterclass necromancer. I'm talking the best of the best. And what do they say? The creme de la creme. And the idea is that she is being sent to go to this wizard academy because her family knows she can do it. And in this world, necromancers and ambitious. Yes, that's the word. Thank you, Chat. Yes, it's a little bit ambitious, but I didn't know any better. This is the second game I've ever made, and when you don't know what you're doing, you tend to think you're capable of a lot. So yes, ambitious was the word. And hydrate, I feel like you've saved up a lot of points again, and I'm just saying it's a little concerned. Oh, my throat. Hold on. Oh boy. I thought spring was the worst season. No, seems to be fall. And I went to, oh, I see. Good. Water then. And the top wizard of wizardry, and not the top necromancer currently of her time. She's got a good thing going for her. Don't drown her. I didn't even drink water. That was just my body. I'll scroll in here a little bit. The idea is like any other cafe game, and let me actually zoom you out a little. Can I? Oh, I can. I see. Lovely. Okay, so it's like any typical cafe game where customers come in and they want to order something. So you go ahead, collect their orders, and then you go into the kitchen and you make your thing, whatever the customers want to order, and it becomes a dish, and then you serve the customers. That is the cafe portion of the game. Where it differs from cafe games is that instead of mixing together ingredients or doing steps like I think it's Cooking Mama, where they have you, for example, use a knife and you actually have to cut with the knife, and as someone who works at Pizza Hut, they come in and complain. You know, it would be fun to have customers like that. And it'd be funny if the top necromancer was a really upbeat and cheery folk. She is. She's very cheery. She just has a resting sad face. Don't let her eyes fool you. She's a very pleasant person to be around. This is the cafe portion of the game. The idea where the rhythm typing comes into play is that in order to make the food, you have to play a minigame, and that minigame is typing to the beat. In this world, spellcasting is done via voice and through poetry, so she has to speak aloud her words in order to create food, and that's where the typing comes into play. And eyes can sometimes have lies. I will say, hold on, do I have it on hand? Let's see, that's a mouth open sprite. They're all mouth open. We don't want mouth open. If I click play here, mute that guy, I ask you very clearly, doesn't this look like a face? So let me get my clip guy here. Doesn't this look like a face that sparks joy when you look at it? Doesn't she look happy to be here? Let me move that there, paste that there. Look at her. She's very happy. She's a very happy individual. Let me close that there and bring back this open here. And resting sad face. I saw that once in a YouTube comment. I see. Yeah, resting sad face is the aim of the game here. And this is where the part of spell creation comes into play when you're making the food. So you have a poem here that plays out and you have to type the letters of the poem. If you can complete it without missing too many, then the spell is complete. But if you miss too many, this guy fills up and the spell has fizzled out, like you would see in like Wizard 101. And she looks like she just found Dad's collection of like skulls. You know, that'd be a cute idea. She's like, oh man, did you kill these people or were they already dead? You know, I never thought of that. And when I think of this world, I think of our necromancers. Well, necromancers are good. They're seen as doctors and lawyers, things like that. They're real well respected. Or how soda fizzes out. Yep, like that too. And I guess can hear high school love poems from the kitchen. You can kind of think of it like that. So we have these two systems, and in my game, I wanted to introduce and healers. Exactly, they're just a little late, but you know what? They're still good. They can still be helpful. And we have Ghost here. Let me see. Let's just do that there, and perfect. And we have our ghost here. Now, in the old game, the idea was that, or not the old game, the old version, and necromancers are doctors specialized in treatment after being too late. Yeah, they're there for if the accident was already fatal. So they're on scene. And do necromancers subclass into medimancers? You know what? That's a fun idea. Medimancers in my game are the healer wizards. They specialize in healing, while necromancers are kind of the delayed healers. But I don't know how they play out. We never really discussed the lore of the game quite yet, since so many things are subject to change since this is still the prototype. But that's a fun idea. And I did read that. Good. Lovely. So, the ghost, well, despite being a really good necromancer, our main gal, Gabriella here, is actually very terrified of them. You know, she can handle talking to skeletons. She can handle shaking hands with the skeletons, but you show her a ghost and she's running away. It turns into like a game of Pac-Man or something. And the idea was that when a ghost appears in your cafe, you gotta get rid of it. You gotta banish it. But ghosts aren't actually bad. They're very mild-mannered people, in fact. It's just, she has an irrational fear. And so the idea was, not only in my game do you have to serve customers, you also have to serve ghosts. You have to serve ghosts special type of dishes to banish them. And these dishes have a special flavor, and that flavor is called memory. So let me go ahead and zoom in a little bit here. Memory. M-E-M-O-R-Y. Memory dishes. Memory dish. And the hope was that different ghosts are going to need different ways to soothe them. So they're less so, they don't go to the other side. They just get temporarily relaxed. So a ghost might have to be served a sweet memory, or maybe a bitter memory, or a sour memory, things like that. And I like how spiders aren't that bad. Everyone runs away from them. Her familiar is actually a little spider. I don't remember if we ever settled on the name, but I quite liked the idea of, actually, you know what, we can check. I know there was a whole list of names. Nothing was ever made in concrete, but if I bring it here, I should be able to, let's see, game outline. Is it this guy here that shows everything? No. Is it you here? No. Huh. Where are we at? Project, Obsidian Extras, File Attachments. This is why it's good to sort things, and I thought I did, but it's not showing up here. Notices, no. Bugs, Engine Plugin, Project. It's somewhere here, I assure you. The question is, where? And, it's in the works of being cleaned up. For now, it just looks like this. I know it's here. I just don't know where. But we have a whole name board. I will find it, and when I do, I'm sure you'll like the names. Let's go back into programming here. Oh, no, concepts. And have you seen the game RV there yet? I have not. It sounds like a silly game, though. You drive RV over awful terrain with friends. Sounds like one of those silly games like QWOP, where you have funny controls. And in this universe, ghosts are people who could pay off their debt in real life. All right, in this world, at least, the idea is that, or actually, yeah, so we have memory dishes. That's one thing I want to make sure. That's how you banish ghosts. Another thing is that different customers are affected by ghosts. So we'll put that on there as well. So let's see, customer, C-U-S-T-O-M-E-R-S. And right now what we're doing is we're brainstorming ways that ghosts could be implemented into the game. If we put ghosts in the game, what can they do? What can they do to shake things up? Knowing that they're supposed to disrupt it, they're supposed to be enemies, but not hostile enemies, just people that get in your way. So you could consider them, I guess, antagonists, just people opposing you. Let's see, customer, fear. This was something I had in originally, F-E-A-R. The idea was that depending on the customer, so for example, if you had necromancers as your customers, they know the ghost is there, so they're not afraid. But maybe because medimancers are supposed to be sweet and kind, they're more fearful of ghosts. And when they're afraid, their timers go down faster. So it gives you an incentive to want to banish the ghost, since it's making customers uncomfortable, since they can feel a chill in the air when the ghost walks by. That sort of thing. And let's see. QWOP was a nightmare of a game. And the lore has shifted 180 degrees so many times at this point, you could use it as a washing machine. Oh boy, I tell you, check this way, I say, nothing in stone quite yet. And let's see, it's probably the best way to explain robotics to a non-technical person. Interesting, except 40 pieces. Oh, that sounds scary. I'd love to see pyromancers going like, oh no, there's something spooky in my vicinity. I cast fireball. Oh boy, that would be awful. Pyromancers will be in the game, and each wizard has a flavor associated with them. In our case, pyromancers are associated with the flavor of spicy. So you might have to make a spicy, bitter lava cake, for example, as a dish. And maybe they could possess guests. Ooh, that's a great idea, Eska. Let me move that over here. Let's see, ideas. I-D-E-A-S. Now let's see, possession. P. Oh, that's not any. I missed it by a long shot. P O S E S S I O N. Possession. Change dish. C H A N G E. Change, and slide it over a little bit. Dish. D-I-S-H. And another thing is that, and this is wishful thinking, as I wanted to make my game a small game. If I make it too big, it will never be completed. And because it is second game ever, need to make sure I can complete the game, as I also want to go through the experience of putting it on Steam. So keeping it small, but I thought it would be fun to have upgrades associated with both the customers and ghosts. And one of the things from the very start I wanted was to have, for example, skeleton butlers who would come in and have meals served and things of that nature. But how would you get the skeleton butlers? And that's where the idea of, if you banish customers, you get a certain type of currency. And if you banish ghosts, you get a certain type of currency. And maybe these allow you to do certain upgrades and things of that nature. But balancing that and adding that might be a bit of a pain and might be a little bit too difficult. So right now we're keeping it to the well, that's what ghosts do, yeah. They modify their surroundings and banish customers. You put a no pyromancers allowed. The last one casted fireball way too many times. Or leave your spellbooks at the door. Something like that. And that sounds so painful. It's how painful the rest of the game is. Yeah, I do like the idea. And double S in possession? Sure. Hold on. Possession. There we are. And there we are. Thank you, Frost. Possession. Oh, hold on. Possession. There you are. Is it like that? Possession. That does look great better. Yep. And let's see. Maybe different tables for each client type. So when cafe is overcrowded, they start to mix and cause trouble. Right now, that is how the game works currently. I thought it could be fun to make a system where you could assign customers to certain tables, but that might be A, difficult, and B, too tedious. The thing is, I want you to be able to control the game without ever having to touch your mouse. Usually, and I can actually show you if we go into our, let's see, programming screen here. And sir, you can't summon skeletons indoor. I must ask you to leave. Oh boy, after she's summoning them left and right, if I click play on here, I can show you, and I also click mute on here. That way it doesn't do too much audio. Click and open up Godot here. That was an idea where you could assign different customers to different seats. If you hold down space, right now this is how the book looks. It will change, but this book assigns different customers to different seats. So the idea is that you would have a customer here, and oh, you can't see my mouse, which is a shame. But you can imagine if I, let's see. Oh, I know what to do. If I click on pause game here, and then I click on this little guy here, there we are. So continuing with what I was saying, each customer is assigned to a different seat. So this is all the top row, and this is all the bottom row. And each table has 2 seats, so these two represent these two. And it was an idea of maybe when the customer comes in, you click this, and then you click this. But if you are having to do it all on keyboard, then you're going to have to either use the arrow keys to assign it all the way over here or something else. So maybe that just wasn't a good idea. I love the one. Thank you. It's useful in times like these. And so you can't have your bats trying to eat everything. I must ask you to leave. No bats on the table. Oh, let's see. And imagine all that was with the original amount of seats. Yeah, how many seats were there? Weren't there, I think, 30 initially? And now it's 12, if I'm not mistaken. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, yeah. And what I can show you is right now already, customers do occupy everywhere they can. So if I were, for an example here, spawn in 12 customers here. Let's see, spawn and seat customers. Granted, their images aren't going to look well, but I just want you to see. There you go. You get a mix of customers going on. You have a few that are necromancer in here, some that are medimancer. But the idea is that they can go wherever they want. They don't arrive in parties. They arrive one by one. Maybe that could be a fun idea, having customers arrive as a group. But is that going to be hard to implement? It sounds fun, but on paper, could it work? And let's see. The 3 eyes. And like 20-something? Yeah. Why are they sideways? For some reason, when I spawn them in batches, it doesn't enjoy it. When I spawn a customer as is, they work properly. But when I spawn them as a group, they decide they don't want to animate. So I'm fine with it since it is a debugging tool. And what matters most is that this guy here works because this is what actually is used. But I couldn't tell you why they aren't animated. And lots of pink and purple hats. Yep. Purple stands for necromancer, pink stands for medimancer. That is the current color code of the game. And if we go into the kitchen, you can also see pink stands for sweet, so the medimancers, and purple stands for bitter, which are the necromancers. And as you go on in the game, hold on, escape. As you go in the game, you'll unlock different flavors associated with different wizard types, and those wizards will want those specific flavors. So if I go back into, let's see, concept here, and when you spawn them as a group, maybe the other function that's supposed to give them values ends up panicking and breaking. Well, the thing is, Frost, these guys are functional. I believe. I can show you, actually. If I go back into here, for example, you can see they all want their orders taken. So if I just go along here and accept their orders, a neat debug tool I added was the ability to just click on an object and get their order. So for example here, this customer, because they're in the bottom corner, wants bitter cake. If I click it, I get the bitter cake. I serve it to the customer will eat it, and once they're done eating, they will leave. They just aren't animated, which is the silliest thing. It might have been better to give it to the this guy up here, because they eat faster, you can see. But they work. It's just the animations for some reason during debugging is just non-functional. Oh boy, I'll bring it back into concepts here. And I really like these wizards, simple but cute and full of character. Well, thank you. And there also is bittersweet. Yep. Each wizard will at least want their flavor, but they might go for bitter, for example, or could go for bittersweet. But they'll at least want bitter if they're a necromancer, is the hope to add. And they're functional? Yeah, that means their animation is the only thing that's acting up? Yeah, and what kind of animation would they have in a proper flow? I can show you that as well, Frost. Let's see. It's super duper fast and super duper handy, which is why I'm glad I did make these tools. If I click on, let's see, this guy here, and I just spawn in a customer, do spawn here, spawn customer, you can see customer up, down, and actually I just realized they're going to go very fast. Let me go to level here and click on, let's see, level. I go into my sandbox level. Let me make sure the customers aren't fast. And now, and maybe they're just facing the wrong direction because they teleported instantaneously. They didn't teleport, they're just fast. If I spawn in a customer here, they should walk normally because it's slower speed now, but you can see this is their walking animation. This is how it should look. And then they'll look through their book once they get to their spot. They're gonna go here, and then from there, they'll look through it, and then they're ready to order, and now they're waiting on their order. That's how it is normally. But for some reason, when I decide to use this command here, it does not do that. for some odd reason. And maybe the animations initialize at once. I spawned the singular guy in, so I'm not quite too sure. They work, but I'm not too concerned just because it is debug. This guy is working as properly, but when I use the debug command, not. But the debug command uses this command, so, you know, sometimes questioning things just doesn't happen, right? And hi, Mohammed. Welcome into stream. Hello! Hello, welcome in. I am Batman. welcome in. And ads already, my goodness. Oh, all right, we'll go ahead and do the ads then. And let's see, I did read that, yep. And they don't get paid enough to show their full face. So it seems, let me go and close this guy. And so the debug command for some reason broke the animations, but not the debug version had them walk normally. Yeah, I can show you as well. If we go into, as are doing ads in house, life is great. I started swimming again, and I've always been a swimmer at heart, so I'm glad I can do it again. Let's see, cheats here. I open up this. This is a plugin I use called Penku Console. You can see, let's see. Can I show you the name of it? Add-ons here. Here we are, Penku Console. If you like the idea of using console commands to debug and test your game, I would recommend getting this plugin. And to get it, what you have to do is go to Asset Lib here, and then we go and type in Penku. If it lets me, we'll see. Penku, and then there it is right there. I like using it because I grew up on Minecraft, and in Minecraft, to type in commands, you would bring up a console, so that's why I enjoy using it. If we go to scripts here, right, and I did read that, good, and I'd have to see the code to understand. You might have the frames locked on something that affects me, and hydrate, sure,
just redeemed
hydrate before I hydrate. Let's see here. Hydration done. And hi, Rodrigo. Hola. It sounds similar. Is it Ola or is it Hola? Ola sounds better, but it doesn't sound right. If we click on spawn customers, this is the command that I use to spawn the customer. You give it different settings, and that's how it works, right? But if we go to spawn and seek customers, it is just the command of the spawn customers and seek customers. So I'm not sure iron range spawn customer dot emit. Is it a thing of, just curiously enough, let's see. Yeah, if I just do this, and I just do this, and I just do that, do you think that's gonna fix it? I'm just curious, because we were using the function before. And Ghost, hi, Sanova, yep. And the first one, don't really say the H. I see, got ya. Hola. Makes more sense. I think it's worth a shot. It is. Alrighty. So, customers, spawn and seek time. 12. Nope, they did not. I am perplexed, I say, because it uses the same exact command. But still, hola, got ya. Yeah, it's silly, but I do like the sound of it. Yeah, the command is using the same exact one, so they're all being spawned. And it is this command right here, spawn, that is using it. But for some reason, it doesn't like playing nice. But again, because it is debug, I'm not too concerned about it. If it runs into a problem where the debug, I need to test multiple animations for multiple customers, then we can talk. But perfect, thank you. Thank you, indeedy. Ads are just about up, so what I can do as well is, I think I can, unless they have been deleted. I still have a lot of the old Ghost stuff here. You can see, Ghost, oh, they are here. And you can also see the old customer sprites too. Oh, that's so cute. It was a different time, I say, a different time. And when you spawn them without the debug tool, what flow of code does it follow? Without the debug tool, Frost? The thing is, the debug tool works properly. It's sending out a signal. That's how they're usually spawned. I can even use the debug tool like this, and it spawns them normally. But when I put it in that loopable, in the loop, it doesn't wanna. But this is using the debug tool. They spawn as they should. And you can see there's a ghost in the past, eh? They are a ghost of the past. I think there's something incredibly charming about using the old ghost sprites since they're ghosts in a way as well. Oh, that is cute too. Yeah, they're little. You can see the old overall sprite, and they didn't have arms because I didn't know how to draw arms at that time. And now the customers walk with their hands behind their back. So I'm fine with keeping these guys for now, unless we want to change them later. I even chopped off the bottom part of their body to make it look like they were floating. Let's see. Let me go back into concepts here. Lovely. And can you show me again what the difference between a loopable versus non-loopable one? Sure, Frost. The only difference is, if I go back into this guy here, the only difference is, and let me actually move this up to hopefully make it a little bit easier to see. If I scroll up here, this is the function, and it calls this function. It was originally a signal. Thought that maybe would change it if we use the function, but nope. It is for amounts, so the amount of customers I want to spawn, do this loop right here. That is all. And when you're initializing them within the debug tool, I mean, this is both. It is spawn customer, and I use a signal, and then I say what type of customer I want. But if I don't specify, it'll just use the random customer profile. And the random customer profile is just setting it to none, and then when I add all the animations and stuff and their profiles, it does it randomly, so I don't have to worry about adding it. But if I want to do it manually, I can also do that here, which is nice. So let me go ahead and go back into here, and bring you back into here. And from there, I was going to say, yeah, customer fear. If I move you here and move you back and move you about here, wide. He's so wide. How cute. Let's make you a little bit bigger here and then about here. So the ghost had a radius of influence, and that's where the fear idea came from. If I just move that around here, if a customer was caught in this radius, then they would be affected by the ghost. And the ghost would just kind of wander around minding their own business until Gabby steps in. And for some reason, these ghosts, they see Gabby and they think to themselves, man, I can sense your necromancy power. And what they do then is they start to follow her. And you know, being as fearful as she is, and actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I might have a GIF showing this exact thing. Hold on, and let me see if I can find it. If I go down to here, I go down to, let's see. You there, I know you're here. Scroll down to this file here, and the ghost is a bother to the other customers. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, Jack. Yep. I don't know if I still have it, but that's, I found it. Lovely, hold on. No, that's not there, but I'm glad you didn't remember it. I just can't find it, but yeah. It is the art personal space one. I don't have it saved, unfortunately, but yep. I do have this one though. Oh boy, I don't have the our personal space one though. Let me go ahead and delete that. I'll see if I can find it maybe during the next ad break, but yep. So the idea is that they see her and they decide to themselves, I'm going to follow you around the cookie chant. Indeed, that's how you have to do some magical summonings. They spot her and then they go after her. And her being afraid of ghosts, she runs away. So now they're chasing her around the cafe. Half the customers don't know why she's running away, very terrified. And I thought that just was a very silly thing to imagine. When ghosts spawn, maybe she can feel the ghost spawning. And I thought it'd be fun if the ghost could, impact your gameplay overall. I like the idea of the possession. That might be a little bit tricky to do, but not too hard, I think. So I think it's a possible idea with the abilities I have at the moment. Another one I believe that was suggested up here by Check is, let's see, a ghost modifier where your spellcasting is affected, where instead letters or what you spellcast is different. I think that could be fun, where if a ghost spawns, though I don't know how hard it would be to do in the current version, but if a ghost spawns, let's see, ghost, let's see, G-H-O-S-T-S, ghost. Now, is it affect or effect? I think I remember there's a saying, and ghosts revealing dust? Yeah, ghosts I think should give you some sort of reward for banishing them. I looked back at the clip, when you have no value in amount and spawn and seek customers, where's the default value coming from? Let's see. I can show you this here. And if I saw the host of the cafe, and whimper at a wall and run in circle. She just goes and hides in a corner and closes her eyes, covers her eyes. It's like, if I can't see them, they can't see me. I can see her doing that. You get affected by something. And an effect is a thing. Okay, so in that case, right, ghost, let's see, affect you, right? With the A, let's see, ghost affect, A-F-F-E-C-T, ghost affect. And to answer your question, Frost, if I click on this guy here, we have customer. If I don't do anything, they get automatically set to the default value of none. And if the signal here detects that it is none, that means I need to randomize it. That's what it is. So if this is all blank, it takes it as none for everything. And since none is an invalid customer, it sets those attributes of the customer. And A leads to E. Effects leads to effects. I see, yeah. I remember there was this thing, I just couldn't quite remember it. Let's see, I'll link it to you too as well. Yeah, everything is set up as blank, and then we have the signal here that spawns in the customer using the profile, dish product, and dish flavor combo. And if I click on this, let's see, utility.spawn customer, you can see if I do find and we do .connect, it is this function called spawn customer. And in this function, we first check to make sure the wait spot is empty. That wait spot is, if we go back into cafe here, like this guy here, cafe scene. Can we go back to cafe scene? Yep, this guy here. This is a wait spot. If a customer is sitting here, a customer can't spawn because it's already occupied. So the game makes sure that that's empty, and then they make a new customer. And then what they do is make sure to see, is the customer valid data? And if it is valid data, then they go ahead and do their thing. Otherwise, they fill in the data for you, which is nice and handy. Yeah, set customer order, set profile, all of those things. So let's see. And my question still stands. Where's the value for amount coming from in spawn and seek customers? I don't quite get what you're saying, Frost. Let's see. Because I set this here, so it doesn't really matter. Because this spawn customers, if you leave it as blank, it takes the default values. And since I set all the default values equal to none, if you don't put anything in the function, so let me see if I can give a better example. If we have a function and it is called, let's see, function, the amount on line 60? Yeah, amount on line 60. Is that the question? Value of amount coming from? Oh, I see. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you. That is for the amount of customers. And if I do, for example, here, let's see. If I go here and I click on you here, that makes more sense. If I click on you here, and how will spawn customers ever reach it for the loop? Has no value for its iterator? Hold on. Let's see. You might have cracked the code. Let's see. Discard changes. Yep. So, let's see. For I in range amount, how will spawn customers ever be reached if the for loop has no value for its iterator? Okay. Yeah. So I think I understand what you're saying, but not quite. If I enter in 1, for example, this will run 1 time. This is the amount of customers I want to spawn. So could you elaborate a little bit? I kind of get what you're saying, kind of not. Really, truth be told, this should always be 1. Maybe that's a little bit better. I don't believe it'll change anything, but really, spawn and seek customer should always be 1, because at least it should always spawn in 1 customer. Yeah, that makes better sense. Let's see, amount int 1, yep. It's not proofing it, so if I do like a negative number, but let's see, having a default value will always ensure the function's doing something. Yeah, but I always add in a value, so I definitely don't think that'll change it. That is good code conduct to make sure the code is clean. I think doing this should break your debug tool, even in case of spawning a single customer now. I kind of get it, kind of don't get it. If we do spawn customer here, about there, spawn and seek customers, set it equal to 1 here. Nope, still the same exact thing. It still does no animation, which is, that's what I thought, but it's interesting to see it played out. So let's see, close you here. Yeah, this amount should be, and if you go over the amount, it'll also tell you it's too much, and do it without the 1 this time. Yeah, that is what setting the default value does. I do get that. If I do this, ideally though, it should always have a number, but it does the same exact thing because the number is still 1. Let's see. Yep. Close that there, close that there. Yeah, I should probably have a, well, you know what? I say probably. Why don't I act if amount is less than, let's see, less than 1 returned. And we'll also say, let's see, could not spawn and seek customers, invalid number. There we are. Something like that too. That way, we make sure we future-proof. And you see what I mean? Every time spawn and seek customer function is called, it'll break the animation. No, I don't see it, Frost. Hold on. Let's see, grab you there. And then let's see, you there. Print and do that there. Ahem. Hi, Sharky, welcome in. Let's see, print debug message, and we'll say invalid, invalid, amount to spawn. There we are, and return. Okay, and click on play here. And I know it's something you say, Sharky, but I forget what it is. And the only reason calling it as function in your debug was letting the animation work is because you skipped the function entirely. I think it might have something to do with the loop of it. If I happened, and I'm just curious to see.
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed hydrate.
This, and sure, see. That's what it was. Well. Welcome into stream, Sharky. And just to simplify what I'm saying, I got some water too. Okie dokie. Let's see. I'm curious to see if we just do spawn customer like this, spawn customer like that. Does it work then? I think it has something to do. An animation broke. Function 1, function 14. Still don't quite get it, and I love it. I'm glad to hear it. Let's see. Spawn and seek customers again. There we are, and do 1 here, about like that there. Oh, hold on. Yep, you shouldn't be there. Let me just, do that there, enter. Yeah, it's something to do with the loop. And function, nothing in the brackets wouldn't break in the past, for example, showing us. I'm just listening to the chill music in the background. Well, thank you. And whenever I hear Iris say, if I ask you, I think she's about to end. No murder. I don't understand how amount. Me neither. The function itself works, but for some reason, going through this loop, it doesn't, it works, but the animation doesn't work. And I think Frost is trying to say something about it, because for some reason, when we run it this through a loop, it doesn't like it. And let's see, yeah, function 1, animation broke, function 14. Function nothing in the brackets would break in the past example you were showing us. Oh yes, it would, because nothing's in there. That does make sense, yes. I knew that because the number wasn't added, but even adding it here as the default value still doesn't make it work. And what if you use the loop without the seek function? So just the spawn? Well, if I do just the spawn, customers won't spawn because it's checking to make sure this spot is empty. So if this spot's empty, then they spawn. However, the good news is, if the animation works, then we know it's the C animation. I wasn't expecting to go into debugging today, but you know what? Why not? And I wonder if it's connected to the Asprite plugin, like custom singleton. It could be a case, Mordar. And what happens if you comment out spawn and seek customers entirely? Could you elaborate a little bit, Frost? Do you mean comment this out entirely? We know it's not the functions issue, it's something here that's the issue. Because if we just take this guy out of the loop, it works properly. So I'm wondering, removing the seat customer part, does that work? Let's see. And I know someone suggested it, I believe. I understand how amount can affect it. Let's see. Axe. Let's see. Click here. And if I do spawn and seat again, just curious to see. Spawn and seat customer. Make sure the customer seat is 1. Is it the seating function? So we now know the issue is seat customer. That's the issue. It's not this, it is this. For some reason, something here is making it so the animation doesn't work properly. That's the issue. So what I'm just gonna do for now is do to do, let's see, seating customers, breaks, animation. There we are. And I'll save it for later. And do it for 10 now just to be sure. Sure. Let's see. Grab you there. Click on play there. And let's see. I definitely think it's seating customer. But again, this is where testing comes into play. So let's see. Do you hear? Even when I spawned in 1 earlier, let's see, spawn and seat customers amount, 7. There we are. And they're still bobbing up and down. So yeah, it's the seating customers that's the issue. And I think I feel like what folks in Greek who like hearing Socrates and Plato. Yeah. I was hoping to cover something a little bit new, but that's good. Hey, slowly but surely that bug will be fixed. And hi, Catalyst. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. So it's good to know now, this seat customer is the issue. And I have it in my to-dos, so I'll be able to address it later. And how did 7 of them? They didn't, Frost. The thing is, it checks to make sure the spot is empty. If it's not empty, then it won't do it. So if it's full, it doesn't continue. And yep, it only spawned 1. I can show you here. Wait, spot is empty. So if it's full, it doesn't spawn in the customer. This spot always has to be empty in order to spawn a customer. Yep. So it guards itself, which is a good thing to do. The thing is just, for some reason, seating animation is a little wonky. But that's good. We boiled it down. So thank you for that one. Yeah, I would have thought to check seat customer. So thank you. Let's see. Okay. So I'll bring you back into concepts here. And we were discussing the ghost idea. And do you own the VIP badge thingy? You did partake in the GM. The issue is, you can either be a mod or you can be a VIP. We tried it with Lusk before, where we had, where he also participated in not the jam, but it was something else, I believe. And, it was in the idea jam. Yeah, you can only have one. When we added VIP, it demodded him, which is interesting to say the least. It doesn't allow you to collect all the badges. Yeah, the doc jam. Yep. Then we had a doc jam and then a music jam, and Lusk took part in the doc jam. So yeah. So let's see. Ghost effect. Let's see. Visibility, visibility. VISIBILITY. Visibility of spells. Of SPELLS. Visibility of spells. And so typically, our seating function is supposed to iterate to the next valid seat. Well, Frost, typically, I believe so, but I'm gonna save it later since it's something into the to-do. I want to try to get the ghost stuff done today, but I am keeping your words in consideration. And hi, Amir Yasir. Is that how you say it? Welcome into stream. Welcome in. I do have it set up as the to-do, so if I ever do come back to it, I do have it as, yeah. You've helped me get that far, as I was ready to leave the problem alone, but being able to tackle it on is a great idea. And I did read that too. Lovely. So let's see. Ghost effect visibility of spells. And the idea is that, let's see. If I go here, I do this here, and for example, the word was time is, it's just time is. Usually it would be time is. But when a ghost appears, maybe the speech bubble, as Check suggested, changes to something like EIMT underscore, or maybe I underscore S. Because ghosts appear. I could see that being a thing where it jambles it up. I think that's a fun idea. Initially, the way my music worked was that it was on a metronome, so it was a consistent beat. Now that's not the case. It's a lot more free-flowing, but because it's a lot more free-flowing, it's not as consistent. So for example, in the original way the game worked, when you would hear the audio, it would always be consistent. So it would be beat on, beat off. So it would go like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Now in the game, it could be like 1, a quarter of a 1, half, whole, 1, 2, not 1, 2. And because it's different now, it changes the way. And I'm wondering, what other ways could ghosts possibly affect the spell casting part of the game? So when they appear in the game, I do like this idea. This is the only one I have at the moment, and I'm thank you again for suggesting it, Jack. Let me slide this over. It could jumble up the letter, so you still have to type it, but it's not as understandable to read now because it's jumbled up. I like that idea. So let me see about dragging that there. Jumble spells. And I don't think that's exact suggestion. Yep. Let's see. You suggested, I believe, doing like ghost. If I can find it. Yeah, ghost modifier, where random letters are doubled, etc. Yep. I do remember the ghost. I want to keep it the same size, just so it doesn't affect gameplay too much, but changing the letters after seeing what you could do. Let's see, word change. I'll write that down. Word scramble. Word scramble. Or rather, it's spell scramble. S-P-E-S-P-E-L-L, spell S-C-R-A-M-B-L-E. Spell scramble. There we are. And could they make something invisible after a while so the player needs to quickly see what to type? Ooh, that's a neat idea. I think possibly it is possibly possible. And I will add, because I think that was another idea. It was just how to do. But back then, I also didn't know how to color letters, and I know how to do it much more efficiently now. So let's see, ghost effect visibility of spells. We'll also put on here, let's see, ghost effect, well, not visibility, because that is what this is. That's what you're suggesting. Let's see, visibility of spells and ghost effect. Let's see, order of spells. How about that? Order of spells, O-R-D-E-R. Order of spells. And there was also the possession idea. Where is that at? Let me drag and drop you over here as well. These are all great ideas. Let's see. Here we go. And let's see, diabolical readability of spells. Yeah, readability. Oh, that's a good way to put it. Readability. R-E, how do you spell that? Okay, readability. R-E-A-D, is it T-L-I-T-Y? That doesn't quite feel right. And reading R reminds me of the Bugs Bunny meme. R-bug. Let's see here. R-E-A-D-A-B-I. Oh, I did spell it right. Lovely. So let's see. So in that case, it would go from like, let's see here. Because I think it would be fun to mess around with the idea of fear and how it tends to interact with her. If I copy this here, then this spell would then become something like, let's see, let me color this yellow for the after effect. And then it would be possibly like, oh, let's see. For a moment, it might be called like a ghostlet or something like this here, where you don't know what it is until it comes up. That R function. Exactly. I do like that idea, where it affects the visibility of the spells. The question always is, well, you can have ideas, it's only until you implement them and see if they're fun and if they're enjoyable. So the thing of, I want to have a few ideas and try and test them, because one's gotta be fun at the very least, right? And time, that's the plate, bro. Tim. Little good old Timmy there. Let's see. So this is spell scramble. And then I'll put you, let's see. Spell scramble here. So let's see. Ghost effect readability of spells. Yeah, time, ghost effect visibility. So let's see. We'll call this ghost notes. Scroll in a little bit. Ghost notes. G-H-O-S-T-O-S-T. Ghost notes. N-O-T-E-S. Ghost notes. There we are. That's another idea. As far as the possession goes, I think possession just itself is a fun way to say it. And my thought was to make the letters disappear once it's near the type location. So you could see the word at the top, but would have to time only based on the music and not the visuals. Ooh. Hold on. Could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean? If I go back into the game here a little bit, we might be able to get a good screenshot if I go back into programming here. And I'm having a croissant. Well, I hope the croissant is tasty. I'd love to try, because I'm big into baking. The issue is, croissant is known as a, maybe not difficult dish, but a time-consuming one. But I'd love to do it sometime. The issue is, it's a lot of layering and waiting and making sure you go over and over. So you don't just see the letters, but the whole bubble. Let me do something like, let's see, enable Godot here. And just to see if I got it right, let's see, movie here, movie here. Oh, I can also say as well, I've got good news and bad news. Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news first? I'll get some water. It's like you fix one problem and then the yes. Alright, the good news it is. Hold on. Very tasty croissant. If I go into here, you'll now be able to see if I unmute this music here. After talking about it for some time, I was able to just keep coming. They never stop, and they don't. If I hold down Q here, look at, notice any different change going on here. Look at it. B-E-W-A-R-E space. T, she moves now. H, E space, J-A-B-B-E-R. So that's new. However, I broke it. It's broken. The calibration. By adding that, now the other animation that was working has now stopped. So for the moment, calibration does not work. Because calibration worked on a different system. So when I changed the, I don't know. Calibration just doesn't work anymore. Yes, she is spelling the word now. I'm very happy to see it. And they never want to work, do they? I am happy to say though, at the very least, this works. I'll take it. It also works when it's really fast letters, like for example this. See? I think that's cute. Oh boy, but calibration, yeah, nah, not happening at the moment. So there's the good news and bad news. And bad news, there's no good news, but good news, also no bad news. Oh boy. And let's see, when the letters flow from right to left, it can make next letter to type disappear. I think I get what you're saying. If I click play here, and if we go to key listener, there should be a way to hide the key sprite. Character.text.show. We're not gonna show it. So what you're suggesting is, well, the game kind of didn't work anymore, but look at her girl go! Exactly! It's now no longer opening mouth and close simply. It's now which is great. And well, you can't have everything. No, you can't. Oh boy. Let's see. Click on this here. So the suggestion is, and let me hit this guy again so that way there's not a lot of audio going on. If I hold down Q, the letters are now invisible. So you mean something like this. Let me pause the game here. But something to the extent of this, I believe, right? Where the letters, as they're incoming, aren't visible, I think, is the idea. I think we can even, let's see, if I click on play here, mute you back there. I think we can go into the cafe here. Go into, let's say, screens, go into spell casting. We should be able to. Managers, game state manager, spellcasting screen, spellcasting minigame. I see, we can't unhide you in this option. That's okay. And I think it might be difficult if they are not hidden completely. They will probably be visible for a split second before disappearing. Let's see. Let me click on... Now, the funny thing is, I can say, in older parts of the game, the text box wasn't there. So you wouldn't be able to know what was coming up next. And there was a concern that it would make the game easier. However, I can say that is not a concern anymore, as I still have not been sent yet someone getting a perfect. The day that happens, we will know that the game was possible to be completed 100% easy mode. Let me bring you back into concepts here. So we're still messing around with the difficulty 100%, which I find quite silly, but it's that thing of just testing. So let's see, let me do you here, zoom you down here. So you're saying maybe some sort of faded notes where they should be? The issue, and something I do also have to keep in mind, is that we have to keep in mind, what is it, color blindness? In the sense of, if colors are too similar together, it might make it really hard to read for some people, and I want the be fun for all types of people. So the faded idea might be a little bit too tricky. We could also do it where I've seen it in some games. The most recent one I can think of is Baldur's Gate, where they have a thing in the game and it says, keep messing with the setting until you see the symbol. Isn't that how they do it? Where you can see the symbol here. I don't know what symbol this is, but there's a slider for brightness, and you do it until you can faintly see the brightness. That might be a thing too, because I do remember that being a thing where you can slide until visible. Slide, hold on. S-S-L-I-D-E, slide until U-N-T-I-L, until B-A-R-E-L-Y, barely, V-I-S-I-B-L-E. Something like that, and then just until you see banana. No! Oh boy, no, not at all, I say. But if we do something like this, let's see, then yeah, I could see it being a thing. I want it to, it should play into the idea of how some rhythm games, they trick you. And then you have to rely on beat and you can't rely on what you see. Because there's, what is it, Rhythm Heaven? Where a lot of them mess with your mind and it's so silly. Where you'll be following what's on screen and then just something random pops up on screen and it distracts you. And it's that game, or it's the type of game where you can close your eyes and play the game 100%, which I really like the idea of. However, because we're dealing with a typing game, you need to know what letters come. And back to the said anything important? Not quite. We're just still messing around with ideas. I mean, the first ever version had the full poem visible. Oh yeah, that's true. However, excuse me, it was at a consistent beat initially. You knew when the beat was coming, you just had to type it out. So the beat and tempo would change dynamically. So it was still a little bit different from how it is now, where now there's not a consistent tempo and you can do as many numbers and keys as you want. But oh man, that takes me back. I really am gonna have to see if I can find, I do have the older versions saved on my computer, I believe, but it would be fun to make like a video about all the older versions and how the evolution, that'd be, yeah. It was, I'm glad the game's now hopefully less frustrating and annoying and more just tricky. And let's see. Screen brightness, yeah. And I did read that too. Good. Yeah. So slide until barely visible. And then we have letters. Let's see, we'll just do I and then T here. A little I there and a T. And then barely visible with a W there. Something like that there. I think that could be fun. Maybe. That's another idea for ghosts messing around with it. I'm thinking, well, the thing is, the idea is that this spell casting has to do with your pacing. That's why I thought of poetry, because there's poets who have to, okay, refresh it, or clear my mouth. In some poetry, like I think it's called slam dunk poetry, it sounds like they're singing, but they're not. But they're keeping up with rhymes and they're doing their time and saying by the sideline, and you can kind of tell that they're keeping up with beat and they're moving their feet around in town. And that's where the idea initially came up, when it came to the idea of rhythm and poetry and mixing those together. So that's what I want it to be. I want it to be each wizard type has a different rhythm and feel to their spells and their music and spell casting. You have to do something a little Talk of me proud. Oh boy. Rappers, I feel like I should get that, but I don't quite. So let me save it here. So the idea was that maybe the ghost would change tempo, but I don't think that's possible anymore in the game, because there's a set time when notes should appear now. And you're using Godot, right? Yep, I am indeedy. Rapper, I see. Oh, that makes far more sense. And hi, is it clack? Maybe? Clack. That's my best guess. I can try again, but welcome into stream. Hello. And let me also do FAQ here. So if you want to know any programs I'm currently using or seeing on screen, you should be able to find them there. So I hope that's handy dandy. As for example, this program here is called Concepts, like the thought. Yeah, initially ghosts change the tempo. So for example, they would speed songs up or slow them down to throw you off tempo. And there was an audio sound that would say, hey, we're switching up tempo. And I believe it's called slam poetry. I see. Slam dunk poetry. That could be something we could try to mess around with, tempo. Though, I don't know if it would be possible to change the tempo as dynamically as we once did. So let's see. Tempo, T-E-M, tempo, P-O, tempo, change, C-H-A-N-G-E. And to give an example on what I mean by tempo change, Paris Ezra. To give an example on what I mean by tempo change, let me show you a recent, well, I say recent, but it's more so or less when I was making my games about a year ago. I found out about this game a few months into making the game, and it quickly became inspiration. If I do YouTube here, I can't remember what it's called. It's like something dog bomb, and the game is called Rhythm Doctor. RHYTHMDOCTOR bomb sniffing Pomeranian. That's what it was. And Ezra places the 2 stars on her head. Paris the Ezra. Oh boy. Let me bring you into this guy here. And let's see. It should bring you into this guy here, if I'm not mistaken. Lovely. Okay. So when I say tempo change, I mean something like this, where it told you when the tempo would change. And it was like, get set or get ready, and then it changed. This is one of my favorite games, rhythm-wise. It's called Rhythm Doctor. This is one of my favorite game or songs or levels. And Eris Ezra Evelyn Incorporated. Wait, hold on. Eris Ezra Evelyn Incorporated. I don't remember how. It's been ages since I've seen that show. So let's see here. Let me move it about here. Okay. And then let's see. Hey, about here. Do you see? Oh, you can't hear it. Hold on. There you go. And I guess the ghost could also just change the pitch. Oh, yeah. That wouldn't merely make it more difficult. Yeah, I want to add a little bit of difficulty. You hear it double or hear it singular? You should be able to hear it now. I don't think you could hear it earlier. But you see how the pitch, so you go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm waiting for it to change. Let's see if I can, Oh, here we go, 2, 1. So it changes the pace when you have to hit it. To slow, fast. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I think that'd be fun. It's what we had initially, but that changed. But I think that could be something fun to do. And we could hear before. Oh, I see. Interesting, huh? How can you hear it? Hold on. Let's see. Who's telling? It just says microphone's enabled. But it's interesting you can hear it. Huh. I will have to look into that. Thank you for that one, Frost. Yeah. Weird. Okay. That's good to know information. Okay. So we'll enable this back again. And it's a banger. Yeah. It's one of my favorites. It's do. It's nice. It's really nice. One of my favorites. Let me bring you back into concepts here. So it could be a possibility to change the tempo, but I don't know if that would work with my current system-y feel, but it could be fun. So I'll put it on the list. I don't know if it's possible to do, but all ideas are good ideas at the moment, as long as you put them on the board here. And I guess I did receive it. Okay, yeah, let's see. So pitch change is also a suggestion here, so I'll put that on there. Pitch change, P-I-T-C-H. Pitch change, C-H-A-N-G-E. Pitch change, there we are. And so on paper, the ghost could shift the letter circle back and forth. Oh! Do you mean sliding this around? And upside down letters? Oh, that could be fun too. Hold on. Let me write that down. I'm gonna need a little bit of an explanation on that one, Jack. Let's see. So upside down, U-P-S-I-D-E, upside down, D-O-W-N, down, letters, L-E-T-T. Oh, that's not a good T. T-T-E-R-S. That could be fun, but making it upside down, no, going back and forth. So do you mean moving this guy around? The thing is, right now with the current system, when the notes spawn in, they're given a time to arrive at the white circle. They move the circle you pointed to left and right. Yeah, I'm not quite too sure about this one, because this guy is dependent on the time of the song. So you would really have to get deep and gritty with the code in order to expand on it. What about double letters where you have to press them at same time? Can you elaborate a little bit, Stickman? Do you mean, for example, doing W twice? Or do you mean a hold down function like you would see for some rhythm games where you have to hold it down and release at a certain time? Right now, the game isn't capable of that. And hi, Bullion, welcome into stream. stream. Hi, your sister and friends. Hello, and welcome in. Oh, you know what I wanted to start doing more? I wanted to start doing more shout outs. So hold on, /shout out. Boolean. There you go. We've rated him a few times before. I believe he's currently working on an RPG game. It's also in pixel art. So if that interests you, you should give him a look, as I enjoy watching his streams. They're very fun and relaxing as well. Have them on the background and I'm always lurking. And I do that too. And maybe instead of moving them, of course, Boolean, maybe instead of moving them, you obscure them until they get closer to the circle, so you have to react faster. We could do, maybe instead of the letters fading, maybe the notes fade or something like that. If we go here, let's see, visibility of spells. So maybe we already have this a little bit, but slide into barely visible. Oh, hold on, it blew my nose. Okay, I'm all good. And let's see, like where you, oh, hold on. Nope, that was a false alarm. We're good. And thank you. And like where you press 2 different letters at the same time to complete a word, like, oh, I don't know if that's quite possible in the current system. There are times when you have to press letters very closely together. I might even be able to show you, Sickman, if I still have it. Let's see if I still have it. If I go into programming here, I think it's possible to do. If I still have the guys here, let's see. If I go to you here, and then I go to, let's see, you here. Yeah, hold on. This will be worth the wait if I can find it. I believe it was you. Was it you? I never the names. Saraxus, right? That did the really difficult spell. I don't remember what your Discord name was, though. Let's see. Name. I should be able to pull it up then in, let's see. Google you here. Yep, there. Yes, the undecided answer. That's the one I'm looking for. And chicken soup? Oh, I'm not a soup enjoyer. No, hold on. Chicken noodle soup's not too bad. You know what? I'll give you that. Any other soup, though, I have to disagree with a little bit. But you know what? In the fall, how about squash soup? Butter, what is it? Butternut squash? That does sound delicious. I've never tried it, but it just sounds delicious. Let's see. If I pull up into my files here, my sheets, can I go back to, and for multi-button presses, you can make it more forgiving in order to simulate the effectiveness of multi-button? Possibly. The issue just is, at the moment, some songs can be a little bit different, and some can be very fast. I'm trying to find an example of a very fast song if I can, let's see. Submissions here, is this it? It should tell me if I slide this guy over here. Let's see. Column, number, column 9, yeah, somewhere along the lines here. And I don't eat much soup? Yeah, me neither. They only tomato soup? I definitely don't like tomato soup. I can certainly say no to that one. Oh boy. Don't even get me started on tomato soup. It's part tomato. And that's already halfway through. Just big, nah, don't want it. Let's see, that's you there. No, it's not what I'm looking for. I won't take too long, but if I can find it, I think it'll be worth the while. It's just a thing of, I don't remember the number of associated with the time, and I can't quite remember the number, yeah, the index. The index is what I'm missing at the moment. So let's see, results, voting, where is submissions? Submissions, you there. Oh, submissions there, voting there. Let me see if I still have the files, as I should also have that as well. We have saved files, we have music jam files, and just eat the soup half and set the tomato aside. Oh boy, let's see. I have the JSON, I have the map, I have the songs. So yes, and it's just liquid. No, I'm not even much of a spaghetti person, being honest here. Let's see. I will assume and hope that the uncertain mancer, let's see, salty, outer space, and it was this one, wasn't it? And that'll leave you with no soup, and while a whole physical tomato on the side. Okay, I think it was Pala who submitted the uncertain mancer. And if that is the case, I should have them, let's see, in here, and then I should check for the index. Index is 0. Lovely, okay. Now, totally, yeah, certainly worth it. And it exclusively consumes beef and baked goods. That doesn't sound too bad. And berries? Yeah, berries. No, blueberries are not good. All right. Everything else, tasty and delicious. Blueberries, though, nah. what we can do, and this was something we did a while ago, where I held a music jam of some sorts, where you had the ability to upload, and you still do as well. This is in the current version of the game. You're just not able to make it official. But what we had is we had people submitting their own songs and maps into the game. For example, the current one is called Table for One. If I click this here, let me make sure the audio is good. Yep. So if I click, oh, hold on, they're invisible. Hold on, let me just go back to here, make sure that's that there. But if you'd like to take a knack or a try at adding your own songs and maps, you can still do it in the game. You would just click how to use, and I'll show you the tutorial. But if I go ahead and click on load audio here, I should be able to just grab, let's see, that's the JSON. So if I grab you here and grab, let's see, can't decide, where are you at, can't decide. I know you're here, show yourself. Aha, you there, you there. Okay, this guy here, and then we add in you here. So I add in the JSON of the map. And beef, baked goods, berries, but not blue. And a while ago, it wasn't that 2 months? Yeah, it feels like a while ago, right? That's just surprising. And did I hear a YouTube called tomato soup liquid spaghetti? It's awful. And hi, Hollow, welcome into stream. Welcome in. Let's see here. We have you here, and I believe we just drag and drop here. And if everything is correct, lovely. So let me show you a map someone had submitted back then, Pala, where the notes themselves are already struggling for I'm going to click no fail here, and if this works possibly, we'll see. Are you ready? So currently this is possible in the game. Does it like it? No. But I show you here an example of where the double letters might not be able to work, just because if it's too fast, you die. That is just death. That song is death in a nutshell. Thud, 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 thud. Oh boy. Let me go back into here. Mute this guy here and do this guy here. Oh boy. Let me also click back to you here and bring it back into consoles. That will forever be one of my favorites. It's not possible to do, but boy is it fun to see. Give me 1 second to pull my nose. Alrighty, I'm good to go now. I don't remember my song already. Rodrigo, your song, I believe you made it into the top 3, so your song will officially be in the game. I believe it was the Chillmancer that was yours. It was very lovely. I might even still have the audio. If I go into audio here, I do. Look at that. Hold on, I can pull up your audio. If I just mute this guy or hide this guy for a second, we have Coffee and Chill. Did it play? Oh, hold on. All right, hold on. Hold on, holding. Maybe it's not in its proper area. So I still have it. I just don't have the location, it seems like, which is interesting. That's good to know. Yeah. So I still have it in the OBS wise, but it doesn't want to show its face, which is okay. But rest assured, I do still have it. So let's see here. Go back to here. So slide until barely visible. I'd like some sort of gameplay twist on it, and I need to rewatch the VOD. I believe I did timestamp it, so you should be able to find things correctly. I do need to clip it, don't I, though? For the different submissions, or at least make it into one singular video. That would be something on the to-do list to do, as there are so many fun surprises that stream. So let's see here. We have Possession Change Dish, Ghost Effect, Readability of Spells, Ghost Effect, Visibility of Spells, Tempo Change, Pitch Change, and Upside Down Letters. If I move this guy up here, slide you up here, right now, these I would say are only visible, or not, but yeah, there's visible changes, so V-I-S-I-B-L-E, visible changes, and then there's gameplay changes. So if I do G-A-M-E, or rather mechanic, M-E-C-H NIC. And what I mean by mechanic is, a mechanic in the game is customer timers. So it's the idea of the ghosts add the new mechanics, which are the fear factor of customers, and they also add the memory dish. So it kind of changes the visual. Thank you. Yes, that's right. VISUAL. VISU. That's the wrong color. UAL. There we are. Visual. Yep, that's better. And mechanics change the way you play more so they add something. I feel like these are more so visual. That just change. They do change the way you play. I do agree to that, but it doesn't feel like quite adding it. If that makes sense a little bit. For example, I would consider the tempo change a mechanic because they inherently change the way the game is played. But the visual ones, they already, I would also consider the readability of the spells to be also a mechanic. It changes the way the visibility of it, or pitching it or changing it upside down. That's a little bit different. So I would make these more so visual, and then possession would be more so on the mechanic side of things. And yesterday, a singer for whom I composed a song a couple months ago came to record. I didn't remember. Oh boy, you know, memories. Who needs those? I wholeheartedly understand that. Feels like I wake up every morning and it's just a new changed person. Move you there. There we are. So I feel like these are the different categories. I'd like to see about possibly adding one other mechanic, because if we do go the route of adding some sort of, a spell points or shop, and we do, let's say, customer on here. So do C, well, that was a good C. Never mind, C, and let me zoom in a little bit as well. C-U-S-T-O, let's see, O-M-E-R, customer, and then we also have ghost, G-H-O-S-T-S, ghost. I think if we did have a currency system, so when you have customers redeem, ghost redeem, I don't want to think about it too much since it's not currently in the game, but if we do go that route, I do think it could be fun. And maybe, another reason why I want to explore this is because maybe it would affect the way the ghosts work in general as a mechanic. So I think it's okay to go down this route. And I think my body has developed a physical reaction to the word pitch. Is it, let's see, baseball flashbacks or why exactly, Jack? For example, with customers, I think a redeem or something you could get in the shop is to have a skeleton butler. S-K-E-L-E-T-O-N, skeleton butler. B-U-T-L-E-R, butler. And let me change the color as well to like probably this purple, green. Let's do green. That could be added to the game because when customers are ready and they're done, they don't take money because everyone in this school is rich. So money's not really an object. Because we're in a school, the power of, currency is knowledge. So when a customer finishes eating their food, they'll pay you in terms of study notes. As the game, or the idea behind this game, is that everyone is set down a set path. You're not supposed to be allowed to change it. If you grow up as a necromancer, then you're not allowed to learn other types of magics. And the idea is that this cafe is a hidden part of the school where everyone gets to try a little bit of something else. Gabby, the main character, despite being a necromancer, she doesn't want to be a necromancer. She wants to create a new type of magic, which is this new spell casting. So when she serves other customers, they give her notes from their book, and she studies those notes and she makes different foods. So she's exploring a whole different type of magic. So I think exploring and expanding on that idea could be a fun idea. So different customer ideas or ghosts, I do like it. But the issue is the question, is this too big of a project? Is this too much for me to handle currently? Because the goal is, at the very least, make something, publish it, and then I can just add on to it if need be. No DLC required, but I want to make sure something is made, it's polished, and it's complete, and then we can always go back and add more. And it's too big of a project, the game dev experience. Yeah! It's always something I have to keep questioning myself, because one thing I learned a little bit too late was that rhythm games are very hard to make. If I had a chance to make another rhythm game, I would happily say no thank you. Don't want to do it again. They are difficult. They are not for the weak. And I am most awake. It's why it's been well over a year of making this game, because I have to deal with understanding rhythm. And I am a game designer first, I am a programmer first, probably artist second, musician 150th. I had to take up learning how music was, to understand music in order to make my game. Because if I don't understand what the beats per minute, the tempo is, understanding how to implement that into code, I can't make a rhythm game. So I had to go down a whole different route of understanding in order to make this game. And I'm still not even done in that aspect. So it's a thing of rhythm games are painful. That's the consensus I've come up to. And don't say the word scope creep to a game developer. Scope creep. It's like saying job to someone. And so you're saying if I want to learn music, I should start developing a rhythm game. I mean, okay, let me put it this way. If you don't understand music and you're not willing to understand music, probably are better off not making a rhythm game. But if you're all into making music and you love music and you want to learn to make music, rhythm game might be your cup of tea. Another thing is, Godot is not the place to make a rhythm game. There is very little documentation out there for Godot as this engine, so you might be better off making a rhythm game in, for example, Unity or Unreal, but Godot doesn't quite have the qualifications, so a lot of the times people who are making rhythm games in Godot have to duct tape things together and hold on to hope. Because right now, the engine does not want to work with us adding ideas for rhythm game. And hi, is it Moses Santos? Welcome into the stream, welcome in. And what's the software name you're using? I'm using a software called Concepts, like the idea. If you'd like to find out more, you can do FAQ, and that should show off all the different programs I use, as well as offer links to them. So hopefully that should be handy. Let's see, or Unreal. Oh boy, I can't wait for the same game's BPM to go out of whack because somebody else has mildly different hardware. So that's a thing too. With rhythm games, you need to keep track of tempo and it needs to be consistent. But if the computer is a potato computer and it's lagging all the time, how can you account for that? I still don't know. That's why my calibration is broken at the moment. Oh boy. And let's see, I mean the part where you want to expand on the cafe part, which sounds a smidge easier. Yeah, as long as I just handle the cafe part of my game and not worry about the rhythm typing, I can expand on it a lot. But if I'm trying to mix the two, the rhythm typing and cafe, that's where it gets a little finicky. And I switched from Unreal to Godot. Well, welcome to the other side, Rodrigo. And skip Unity, that already has a rich history of rhythm games. Oh, I said Unity and Unreal. I said both use. I do know that. Unity and Unreal. I've never tried them. I know about them. I've never touched them, but I know about them. So let's see. I'd like it for Ghost to offer power-ups for spellcasting. So we'll say spellcasting, spellcasting, power-ups, POWERRUPS, power-ups. No, not you. Oh, I see. Gaia. And Moses, for some reason the bot doesn't work quite well, but I can do it for you. So there you go. It should be sent to the YouTube site as well. Right now the bot's still a little finicky, but hopefully you get the link. And you should be also able to, oh, ads already, my goodness. But hopefully that helps. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. And let's see, this guy about here and here. I can't believe it's almost already 3, just a surprise. Let's see, time does fly. Let me click on that there. Alrighty, and Unity's been a bad word for the past 2 years? Oh, I see. I don't remember which one, because they both start with U. But I do know there was some bad things that did occur, which is super unfortunate. But it also makes me really thankful I do something like Godot, because it's a thing of, it's open source that allows you to do whatever you want with it. And I do read that. Good, lovely. Alrighty, so since ads are doing their thing, let me go ahead and click on, or they should be at least. Oh, they're not. Odd. Whoops, couldn't start it. Try again later. Huh? Hold on, let me refresh. And there's that. Good, lovely. And if I click that button, click refresh button there, and click on you here, the idea is I want customers, when you serve them, to empower the cafe part of the game. When ghosts happen, I want them to empower the spellcasting portions of the game. That would be the hope. And, oh, okay, ads are doing their thing now. I can see the thing up there. Alrighty then, we'll get some water, we'll do a little bit of stretching, and then we'll continue. Yeah, and let me write that as well. Cafe-based and rhythm typing-based. I don't think it's the time to blame. We're just taking our time. You're taking too long. Let's see here. I'll put cafe, C-A-F-E, cafe. And these guys affect your, right? Affect your spellcasting. Let's see. Spell spellcasting. Spellcasting. Lovely. And I'll slide that guy over. Like so. I don't see any calibration yet, but on my PC, the rhythm minigame, that's the thing, Rodrigo. I didn't think I had to add calibration, but then I put it up on itch. Other people tried it, and they got different results. So it's a thing of, under the right circumstances, which is your computer, it works fine and perfectly. For example, when I try my game out, I don't have to try calibration. I don't have to calibrate it because it's already good to go. But when I put it on a web, yeah, that's what the game is on currently. Right now, the game is on itch. So anyone can go onto itch and play the game. And when they play it on itch, or in general, I'd say both, truth be told. I think both might be a problem. I haven't had someone play the .exe of the game yet, so maybe that could be a difference. Though, I would assume it's like with the web, where depending on the processing of the computer, it'll be different. So under certain circumstances. All right, let's go ahead and stretch then. Let's go off to our left. Then let's go ahead to our right. And then let's go back a little bit. And then let's go front a little bit. And let's go ahead and do our left head stretch. Or no, right? Yep, right. And lunchtime? No worries, no worries. Be back in an hour? Yep, I shall be. I'm here until 5, so I stay the same time. I hope your lunch is nice and tasty, though. Yep, lurk. I do have to add a command for lurk. That'd be fun. Let's go to the right a little bit. And then let's go to the right, down. And then let's go to the left and down. Another one you can do is just look down. Another one you can use look up. Also, just turning your head side to side can also be just a nice stretch. As if all of you are who I think you are, sitting at the computer for hours on end is not generally good for your health. So making sure you take time to stretch every so often, reset your eyes, that can be helpful. And the other day I was stretching my neck and moved back quickly, and ended up hurting. Oh, that's no good. That's no good at all. Oh boy, that is never nice to hear. I can't say it. My body is the fragile type. So if I move incorrectly, I certainly feel it for like the whole week. It's not fun. You have to move very slowly and treat your body very delicately. Let's go to the left a little bit here. And I stretch once a year. You saying that's not enough? No, apparently, it's recommended to stretch in the morning and when you're just getting out of bed, and also when you're just getting out of bed as well. I just think that's a lot of stretching, though. I'm on the move. What do I need to stretch for? Nah. Though it does help. And welcome back from the ad breaks. Welcome back in. Alrighty, so with all of that said, with all of our stretching done, let's see. I'd like it if the customer power-ups were based on things to upgrade the cafe. And I'd like it if the ghost power-ups were things to upgrade your spellcasting. For example, I think it could be a lot of fun. While it is a rhythm game, imagine a power-up where you ignore the rhythm and it just becomes a typing test. How fun could that be? And it's just the best time waster? Do you mean itching or itch.io? They're quite similar, aren't they? Let's see, spellcasting power-ups. For example, remove rhythm. REMO. And what's that blue thing? Oh, I see. Huh? Ad's about to start? Huh? I thought the ads already did their thing. What are you saying? And like the bard from Crypt of Necromancer, I've never played much of the game. I do know about the game. I'm not good at the game. But I might have to look into their mechanics check, because I've tried Crypt of the Necrodancer, and yeah, it says that there, but I don't know why it says ads are about to do their thing. Yeah, Crypt of the Necrodancer. I know which one you're talking about. That was another inspiration for this. It just happened to be they're both necrotic. So let's see. Remove REMOVE. Remove rhythm. But I'll have to give the bard a try, unless you have to unlock them through a certain way. Let's see. Remove rhythm. RHYTHM. Remove rhythm. Turn. TURN, turn into INTO, TO, typing, TYPING, typing test, TEST, something like that. And that's why I want them to change the mechanics, because if ghosts have so much power over the spell casting, then it would make sense their power-ups are also equally as strong. And bard forces tempo? Interesting. World moves according to you? Oh, that sounds like fun. I'll have to give it a try and keep it up, keep at it in a healthy way until you're at 45. You can grow any muscle up, muscle. And let's see, and then pass the same exercises. Yeah, that's what I've been told. You don't have to be born flexible to become flexible. You just have to do a lot of stretching every day, and eventually you'll get more flexible, which is really nice to hear. Let me blow my nose. Give me 1 second here. Okay, we're all good. Telling you, I'm glad I have my desk sanitizer, and it seems the bard is unlocked from the start. Ooh, you know what? And thank you, check. In that case, I'll do research. Bard, B-A-R-D, and I will look into it, because one thing about making games is you gotta play a lot of games, so I definitely get to count playing Crypt of the Necromancer as research. Let's see, Bard, Crypt, C-R-Y-P, or C-R-Y-P-T, Crypt of the T-H-E, the Necrodancer. Necrodancer. I will look into that. So I'll slide that there. Keep you there. Maybe make you a little bit smaller. Okay. So yeah, that's one thing I would like. And I used to be inflexible, but after 8 months of stretches, yeah. Pancake stretch? Never heard of those. That's an interesting one. Now there's like, well, I know the butterfly and things of that nature, but that's good to hear, Frost. That's really good to hear. And I hear those. Okay, good. Yeah, so removing the rhythm and turning it into a typing test, I think that would be a fun one. Another one, or just power-ups in general, because the thing of, do we go down this route? Do we have enough ideas to go down this route? Do we only have 3 power-ups you can unlock? Should there be 5, 10, so on and so forth? I think it would be worth adding to the game if there's at least 3. Usually, people they tend to go by the rule of 3. Though maybe 1 power-up is also okay. Maybe it doesn't have to be super duper complex, because again, I have no idea what I'm doing, so the fact I'm able to do a little bit at least is more than enough proof that things can happen. Let's see, I slide this back over. And is that the one where you reach for the fridge and grab a Oh boy, that's cute. Let's see. Auto serve customers. Auto, A-U-T-O. Auto seat, S-E-A-T. Auto seat and auto, A-U-T-O. Auto take orders, T-A-K-E. Take, O-R-D-E-R-S. Something I can say, though, is that a lot of the games I play, and I try my best to in my free time, in a sense, oink. When I play games that have progression and they have skill trees, I do find I tend to get bored very easily when I've unlocked everything and I've unlocked all of the automation. For example, one time I played Cult of the Lamb for a little bit, and there's this big skill tree in the game that unlocks time savers or different upgrades to your world, but once you unlock all of them, it gets a lot easier for the game. Or, for example, I'm playing Hades 2 at the moment, and there are different upgrades you can get, but as you upgrade, the game gets easier, which is a little bit difficult, because in the beginning, the game's super hard and it's super engaging, but once you start unlocking upgrades, it gets easier to do, and it gets less, there's less of a struggle, and once you unlock everything, it feels like, what's the word I'm looking for? Excuse me, it feels a little bit less fruitless. I was playing Bull Outro, which is a card game for a little bit, and but the enemies get harder, right? Only if you want them to become harder. They can stay as easy as you want, and it gets to a point in Hades, and granted, Hades is a, what's it called? Roguelike, right? Roguelike dungeony RPG, if I had to describe it, where you have different power-ups and different boosts, and each time you go through the dungeon, it's a different order, different set. I played Bull Ultra, which is a lot like that too, but once you unlock and once you see everything, it's not as, for me at least, it's not as fun. You can unlock different challenges, which could be an option here, because something I do want to do is if I make a game, or when I make a game, I want the game to be fun for me as well. So I'd like to, if possible, make a game that I can find engaging at all parts of the levels. Even when you get to the end of the game, it's still very fun. It doesn't turn into an idea of, let's see how fast I can clear this dungeon out, or let's see how fast I can serve these customers. It's a thing of trying to balance that, and I haven't found an answer to that quite yet, but it's just something to consider in our back pockets at the very least, because adding automation to your game makes it less of a hassle. For example, right now in the game, the gameplay is take order, seek customer, get order, move over, cast spell, bring back to customer. Has customer left? No, serve customer, customer leave. But instead, it would turn into, oh, customer wants this, serve customer, here you go, customer. It would take out a lot of it. And I mean, if you had to slog through each part of the run every time, you would want to reach further in context, so it would seem boring. True as well, check. Very true as well. And Bellatrix got boring for me once I beat every deck. Yeah, I still need to reach, what is it, for full completion, but I don't feel motivated to. Yeah, it's tricky. And the thing is as well, you're not going to appease everyone, and that's the word we eat raw eggs. Something you also have to remember is not everyone's going to enjoy your game, and you can't make everyone happy. So that's why I want to focus on making a game that I like, because there's a lot of people that like the things I like. Hence, cough, cough, nudge, nudge. All of you, I hopefully think you would enjoy the idea of my game and the exploration of it. So the thing of, not everyone can be happy, but for the people that are interested, hopefully we can make them happy. And I like the idea. I've always been interested in the skeleton butler idea since the beginning, but it's just a thing of, is it going to help the game or harm the game? And I heard this one guy say you couldn't do it. They said, you're a stinky head. Capable. And requires scoring. Oh, those are too many numbers. But I'm guessing it's some sort of completion. And hi. What? Excuse me, is it the Matrix or is it the Matrix? I feel like it's the Matrix. That sounds better, like the Matrix when you're Neo. Welcome into story. What an entrance. So let's see here. Yeah, what are other things ghosts could possibly do? Because one of them is seating the butler of the skeleton. I think another fun one would be to putting out like flyers or posters to say, hey, I only want these sort of customers to enter for the day, or something like that. Could be fun too, possibly. So we'll just add it to the list, because again, these are just suggestions, maybe. And I learned that some people are better motivated by spite. Well, I'll say, I certainly can be one of those people. It's a thing of, you don't think I can do it? I'll show you. I am quite a very stubborn person. When told no, I say, yeah, you'll see. or what do people say nowadays? When you say, you can't do this thing, they say, bet. All right, I'll do it. Just you watch. So let's see here. What I'll do is say, yeah, bet. You can't eat bananas. Now see, it's not that I can't, it's that I don't want to. Big difference here, big difference. So let's see, I'll put on here, organize or select SELECT, select certain CER, cert CER, is it TAIN or yeah, AIN? This feels right. AIN, certain CUSTOMERS. There we are. And now you go, girl. That's sweet. And wait, it didn't work. It's certain things. There are certain hills I'm willing to die on, which is why in my more recent years, I've tried to become more flexible, because in the past, I had a mindset of black and white. If it wasn't this exact way, it wasn't gonna happen. So now it's more of a thing of, I'm gonna try, and even if it doesn't go the way I want it to, it's okay, because I at least did the thing. Aside from the, it could have been, I didn't do it just because it didn't go the way I wanted. So it's definitely, you know, I'm learning. I'm at the very least learning bit by bit. Let me slide that over there. Select certain customers, or maybe unlock certain items, or yeah, unlock UNLOCK, unlock items, ITEMS. And something someone else also suggested was adding decoration to the game that you could unlock. The thing for me was, excuse me, I didn't really enjoy decorations in games, but I can understand the appeal, especially when it comes to cafe games where you can customize. A big inspiration for this game was, what was it? A big inspiration for this game was something like the Papa's franchise, where it was the Papa's Freezeria or Pizzeria. And in those games, you could add posters, and the posters would add different effects. So there was a mechanic behind it. However, I also didn't like it because if you didn't like the way the poster looked, but you wanted the stats that the poster gave, you're gonna put the poster up because you want that plus speed boost. Oh, how about that? What if customers can modify time, or not customers, ghosts can modify time. MODIFY time, T-I-M-E. How about that? For example, maybe they can allow you to speed up. They give you a speed boost. S-P-E-E-D, speed, boost, B-O-O-S-T. Or they could also make you ethereal for a moment, and then she can have her own silent victories. Oh boy. And the worst part is, she'll do it, but won't even tell us just so we can't abuse this technique. Spite! That sounds like a good example of it, truth be told. Let's see here. Let me slide you over. I think, yeah, it would not be a bad idea, because the hope is that you use the ghost's powers that work against you, and once you defeat them, then you can use their powers to empower you. That's the hope. So the idea of making customers afraid or doing something like that, maybe you get a power up that gives you like a ghost bouncer so the customers are afraid to leave. That could be one too. And she does seem like a secret banana tree. No! I assure you, they're awful. Oh boy. Modify time, speed boost. Maybe it could also make you, is it ethereal or incorporeal? I know there was a Minecraft mod back in the day called Intangible. So we'll just go with that. I-N-T-A-N-G-I-B-B-L-E. Intangible. I believe that was the word. And enjoy? Definitely not. Out of wanting to win? Yeah, that was a thing too. I used to be very competitive, but I realized, sometimes it's not about the game. It's about the mind games. Let's see here. Intangible, I believe is the word I'm looking for. I-N-T-A-N-G-I-B-L-E. Intangible. Unable to be touched or grasped. Yep, intangible. So it could also make you intangible, I think could be a fun power-up. So you can move through walls, move through things. M-O-V-E. Move through, T-H-R-O-U-G-H. Move through things, T-H-I-N-G-S. Move through things. And what if another one is also, we could remove the rhythm and turn it into a typing test? What if we can also remove the typing and just turn it into a rhythm test? How does that sound? If I move this down here, and we move this here, the ghost could also remove typing. So R-E-M, or rather, let me move this here. R-E-M-O-V-E. So it takes the best of both worlds in the sense of, if you're more of a typer, there you go. If you're more of a rhythm person, there you go. And I would rather call it ephemeral or ghostly. Sure. Let's see. That is easy enough to modify and change. Let's see. You here. So let's see. Yeah, ephemeral. That's the word I was looking for. E-P-H-E-M-E-R-A-L. R-M-E. I don't think that's gonna fit, so we're gonna, hold on. Boost, you need the T. E-E, and then A-L. Oh, R. E-R. E-R-A-L. There we are. And absolutely. Not at all. And the ephemeral means doesn't last too long, doesn't it? I thought ephemeral was ghostly. Let's see. Oh, you know what? We're always trying new words. So E-P-H-E-M-E-R-A-L. Ephemeral. Let's see. It means lasting for a very short time. Yeah, it does mean lasting for a short time. So maybe intangible is a better word. Because it's the idea of you can't be touched and you can go through things. So let's see. Modify time, intangible, move through things. Yep. And this one here removes the typing. Let's see. Typing, T-Y-P-I-N-G. Remove typing. Turn, T-U-R-N. Turn into rhythm test. R-H-Y-T-H-M. Rhythm test. T-E-S-T. T-E-S-T. There we are. And ephemerals used to mean lasting for days in Latin. Interesting. And so it doesn't inherently suggest the ability to go through things. Interesting on that one. Yeah, learning Latin words is always fun. And it's typed ethereal. Oh, ethereal does sound right. Yeah, it's something with an S. Let's see. Or it's something with an E. Let's see. E-T-H-E-R-A-L. Ethereal. Let's see. Extremely delicate and light. And way that seems perfect. Huh. Interesting. An ethereal would work. I see. Yeah. Ethereal, or I do like using the word intangible. I don't get to use it often. And hi, Skillet Fun. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And you writing it by mouse or you writing it by hand? Much worse. Thankfully, not writing by mouse. I have a pad here, a digital pad, like, forget what it's called, a Wacom tablet, so I'm using I'm writing by hand. And corporeal, yeah, that's a good one, that's a good one. And welcome in, Royal Dawkins, welcome to stream, and hi to you as well, Hornflakes, welcome in. Yeah, incorporeal, that was just suggested by Royal Dawkins on YouTube. Incorporeal, I like that word, let's go with that one. Incorporeal, yeah, go a little over here, there we are, let's see. I-N-C-O-R-P-O, is it P-O-R, real, R-E-A-L. Yeah, incorporeal. I like that one. That one sounds nice. And if was just ether and eel, something that has ether qualities. Ether qualities, right? And I write worse. No worries. It's the thing of, we all have our strengths. Oh boy. I feel like if I were to try to do it by mouse, it would take hold on. It would take, let's see, it would take yeah. There you go. This is what happens if I were to write by mouse. As you can see, too long. Oh boy. Let me erase this. Alrighty then. I think these are great ghost power-ups. They have the ability to remove the rhythm, or they can remove the typing. And your handwriting mouse looks just like my handwriting. Frost, your handwriting has been lovely. What have you been? It's been great to look at. It's very round and bubbly, which are some of my favorite types of writings. So let's see. I think modifying time, giving you a speed boost could also be fun, and moving through things could also be just a thing of what ghostly powers can we give them? I like that idea. The other one, I believe, and I don't know if I have any of these up here. The issue is I don't have this as organized as I should, but I remember one time, and unfortunately I don't remember the certain person. Let's see. Boom, instant monster. But someone suggested the idea of the ghost being able to, maybe it's, oh, hold on. Here we are. Okay, let's see. Rubbish bin, Carl. Punctuation has different backgrounds. That was a suggestion. Service waffles, Hydra poppers. I do remember that. Main point, let's see, underscore. Customers are going, moving clock. Yup. S letter grade. It might not be in here, it might. Assistant, specific type per day. Nope. Escape, fills up. Pentagram, typing test earlier. Nope. Okay, it's not on here. Minotaurs. Yeah. And hi, Agape. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And I love that idea. It's like what RuneScape does. Interesting. When you buy a decorative, which gives you a boost, you have the ability to give the decoration a boost of any other decoration. Ooh. You know what? I like that idea. Yeah, that would take care of my problem of getting a poster just for the stats, but not because of the way you like it. Maybe that can be a thing. Maybe, and this goes back to it really is the thing of the more games you play, the more inspiration you get, especially for more recent ones. In Hades 2, there is a spell pool, as I'm lost, hold on. There is a spell pool you get of different cards, so you get amount, let me rephrase it. The idea is that you are given 30 points to use however you want, and different cards cost different amount of points. So as long as you stay within the point limit of 30, you could go for a 5-pointer here, 2-pointer here, as long as it equals 30. I like that idea. I think that could be a good idea. Yeah. And once you have a decoration with its own ability unlocked, you can equip the ability to decoration. I think Spider-Man does that too. Interesting. Yeah, I like that idea. I also feel like it could bring the ghost and other things. Another thing too is, I'd like it if people could use the ghost to their advantage. Maybe some people don't like dealing with the ghost, so having the ability, having the ability to keep a ghost at bay idea could be fun. And I'll add that here. An item that removes ghost, or makes them less likely, but I think removes better. Item, I-T-E-M, item that, T-H-A-T, that. It would be very expensive, but it wouldn't be for the people who find the ghost too annoying. I think that's a good switch off. Or maybe less remove and keep them removed for a certain amount of time and activated. That way you still have to deal with the ghost, but if, for example, the game takes place in 5 minutes of game time, then for 1 minute, when activated, ghost won't spawn. I like that idea. I think that could work. That keeps, let's see, keeps, C-E-K-E-E-P-S, keeps ghost, G-H-O-S-T-S, ghost, at bay, B-A-Y, for, F-O-R, for certain time, C-E-R, T-A-I-N, certain time, T-I-M-E. And also an item that beckons them forward. And can the player call Ghostbusters? You are the Ghostbuster. You're the best in the business. You're a necromancer. You were built for this. Unfortunately, our necromancer doesn't like being built for this. Hence why she doesn't want to become a necromancer anymore. She wants to be done with banishing ghosts. Who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters. You know, I think in this world as well, the Ghostbusters would just be a group of necromancers. Maybe it's like a summer job teens would take in order to get their necromancy skills up. That could be fun. And let's see. Yeah, I did read that. Good. Lovely. And I hope I did say hello to you as well, Agape. Welcome in. If not, welcome in for the first time. If so, welcome in X3. Let's see. And an item that beckons ghosts. So let's see. B-E-C-K-O-N-S. I believe that's the word. B-E-C-K-O-N-S. Just gonna squeeze you in there. You're fine. You're nice and cozy. Let's see. Squeeze you in there. Beckons ghost. Which just means it does the opposite. It wants the ghost to come to you. And what would that word mean? Beckons means to call. I believe. Hold on. Let me just double check. But beckons, as I understand it, means that it would mean, yeah, when you beckon someone forward, it means to ask them to come closer. You want them to, you're calling them. B-E-C-K-O-N-S. Beckons means, yeah, make a gesture with the hand or arm to encourage someone to come near or follow. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, exactly. Okay, good. Yeah, you're trying to get someone to come closer. You usually use an arm action to get them to come closer. So yeah, beckons the ghost. So let's see. Yeah, I like that idea. Item that keeps ghosts at bay for a certain time. Item that beckons ghost. There's other things you can do with that. So I think on that side of things, those power-ups would be a good idea. I think power-ups is a fun idea to get into, and I think it would be certainly worth exploring. Back onto what ghosts can do to harm you, because this is how they help you, and by knowing how they help you, it should hopefully give us the understanding of what capabilities they can do to harm you, because you're using their powers for good. And imagine pulling all ghosts onto just one seat, so all their effects compound on one guy. You know, that's happened before, where, I don't know if I have an image of it, but there's been the case in the game, and actually, I think I can possibly show you. If I go into, let's see, Cafe here, I don't have it anymore, unfortunately. That's okay, but I can kind of show you. If we go back into, let's see, click this guy here, click on programming here, and the pyromancer being haunted by the entire extended family, and discussing the pyromancer's life choices. And imagine that would have an animation of Gabby whistling, or snapping your fingers. That could be one. I feel like it would be putting out candles. You can see here, there's an idle spot here and another idle spot. There was also one here, but if the customer unfortunately happens to be sitting right here, then they're in the radius of 2 ghosts. And if there's another one here, then they're also in the radius of 3 ghosts. That was an issue early on. But the good news is the ghost effects wouldn't stack. So if they are already debuffed with fear, they wouldn't get fear x3, which was good, though maybe it should be. And the thing is, because ghosts are going to be random with spawning, we don't want a scenario for worst case scenario where it feels unfair, where it's the case of you're over here spellcasting, do your thing, and 2 ghosts spawn, and it happens to be on the customer's order you're working on. And because the customer's really afraid of ghosts, as soon as the customer spawns, within the next few seconds the customer leaves because of the debuff they get. That would not be ideal. So let's see, go back into here, go back into here, and oh boy, that is super silly though. I do like those ideas. Let's see, go back here, go back here. Okay, so the idea, the mechanics, memory dish, customer fear, also I think is super duper important. Tempo change, or let me add a start of these two, because I definitely think these should be added. They shouldn't be too hard to add, and I think they're fine to do. And 14 ghosts standing on the spawn point to instantly banish any customer. Bouncer ghost. Oh boy, you know, that could be a thing where, and I think I said this earlier, but you could get a power-up where the ghosts don't allow people to leave because no one wants to go near the door because it's very cold. So for a certain amount of time, you get a spooky feel if you try to leave before your dish is complete. So you get held hostage. I'll add it. I just think it's funny. Don't know if I'll do it. But can you imagine? Because only necromancers can see the ghost. So they just get a really chill feeling near the door, and they're just gonna sit here for a little bit. Oh boy, can't leave. Customers can't leave. CUS. But if they're necromancers, they can leave. So this doesn't affect necromancers. And the ghost basically already exists? No. I'll have you know, my elevators, well, not my elevators, the elevators are a ghost-free zone. Thank you very much. Let's see. CUSTOMERS, customers can't, CAN''T, leave, LEAVE. Customers can't leave. My elevator, she says. I'll assure you, it wasn't a Freudian slip. Really, when you think about it, there are elevators. You know, you happen to be there. So there's a chance to leave? There's a chance to leave if you're a necromancer. Necromancers aren't affected by ghosts. But if you're any other wizard class, you have some sort of effect, or the ghost has some sort of effect from you. So for example, it could be you do, it could be a 5% speed increase. It could be a 50%. Though I don't think 50% will be a good idea. Oh boy, let's see. Customers can't leave. I do find that one silly. We need to graduate from Necromancer Academy in order to be able to. Oh boy, let's see. Yeah, and then we have here, let's see, memory dish. I do want customer fear. Yep, good. And can I respec into Necromancer? I promise, Frost. Doesn't mean anything about what kind of mage I am. Unfortunately, Frost, in this world, whatever you're born as is the path you're going. Gabby is going against the grains and choosing to learn other types of magic. It's very taboo in this world, and the cafe is supposed to be a place where other wizards can come and try to enjoy the ideas of chatting together with one another. But you know what? If you got the skills to pay the bills, the only reason Gabby can do this is because she is a skilled wizard. The issue is just she doesn't want to do necromancy because she doesn't want to deal with ghosts. Someone had the idea of maybe by the end of the game you learn to come to terms with your fear, which could also be a fun idea too. Let me blow my nose. Give me 1 second. All right, we're all good to go. So let's see here. Memory dish, I know I want to add that. Customer fear, I know I want to add that. The idea is that the ghosts wander around and affect customers. So let's add that as well, shall we? Let's see, move this up here. And let's see. Movie here, mechanics, movie up here. So mechanic that was already in the game that can be added back in is that ghost wander. So I'll move this here, zoom in a little bit here. Ghost, GHOSTS, ghost, wander, 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 and follow. Follow plus follow, FOLLOW, follow player, PLAYER, follow player. There we are. And does Bobby know necromancy? I think I could possibly make a deal with him. Bobby knows all things and nothing at once. He knows so much that in the moment he knows, he forgets. That's how strong he is. Let's see. Star that there. There you go. Okay, and move the ideas guy back to down here. So that's definitely, these are the quote-unquote canon parts of Ghost at the moment. They're going to wander around, they're going to follow the player, and they have a certain aura. And I'll put that as well. Customer fear, and we'll say aura. A-U-R-A. Aura. They have an aura. But what we're not sure about is the other ways, because I do want them to affect the customers or the spellcasting in certain ways. And just look at his eyes. A paragon of sheer focus. He's both focused and distracted at the same time. Let's see. Slide this over, and I did read that too. Lovely, lovely. Okay. So customer, skeleton butler. Yeah, these are all great ideas. So I'm so surprised of all the brainstorming of just today. That's really nice to see. We'll drag this down here, move it down there, maybe make you bigger so I can see as well. And the random letters, we can go ahead and also remove you, since the random letters will be down here. So you can get moved, and you can get moved up here. Lovely. Okay, so with that said, let's see. So we have ghost effect visibility of spells. I think this one would be worth it to try to mess around with. I like the feel of it. I also like the idea of having some sort of screen that will allow you to change the visibility so you can see a little bit more if you can't see much or if your screen brightness is too much. So I'll put on here a purple star as a way to say, well, explore that idea. Gold means I know for certain that's what I want in the game. These are ideas I want to try. So ghost effect visibility. Unfortunately with Godot, when you change the pitch, you change the speed. So if I speed up a song, then the song will go faster, which is unfortunate. And adding ghost, well, it's kind of misleading. Can you elaborate a little bit, Jack? Is it unfortunately, hold on. Is it, oh yeah, it is the title. Hold on. Designing, or is designing a better word? It's very weird. I'm telling you, titles, I can never know how to word them correctly, but if you give me a different way to elaborate on it, I can certainly change the title. As adding ghost comes with different things. On YouTube, I have it as also adding ghost. Oh boy, let's see. And there's a way of changing pitch without touching tempo, but not sure if Godot can do it. I can't show you if we go into programming here. Not as far as I know. If I click on, let's see, a song here, if we go to our main hub, so I close all of these, maybe brainstorming ghost? Ooh, that's a good idea, brainstorming. B-R-A-I-N-S-T-O-R-M-A-N-G, brainstorming ghost. I shall change it. Thank you for that one. Let's see, save that there, and then edit that there. You there, let's see, adding and change that to brainstorming. Alrighty, it's good to go and saved. Let me move it back here. And from there, what we can have happen is, I wanted to show you the main screen. I believe I now call it the home screen, now that I've renamed it here. If I click on the background, there should be a pitch scale. Yeah, you can't see it when I hover it, but it says the audio's pitch and tempo as a multiplier of the stream's sample rate. A value of 2 doubles the audio's pitch, while a value of 0.5 halves the pitch. So if I increase the pitch, it'll go faster. So if I just go ahead, for example, and stop my music here and up the pitch, if I click on play in my game, you should hear it. Let's see. If I click on this. Can you hear it? I know. It has quite a charm to it sped up. Sounds like circus music, though. A power to convert all current customers to ghost. Huh! That's a crazy one. But this is so nice, surprisingly. I like it. It's not too bad. Or we can also slow it down by doing this. And now it's very spooky. Yeah, happy train circus. That is the feeling getting. That's so neat. Let me remove this here. And now it's back to normal. That's super cool. Let me remove that as well. Okay, so with all that said, I'm not sure pitch is quite a viable option and that was the same song it was, check! Hold on. Yeah, isn't that wild? It's this song. And then sped up. Oh, hold on, if it lets me speed it up. It sounds entirely different. Oh boy, I cast murder! Let me move this back here. And funky, yeah. It has a different feel to it. Let me bring you back in here. So I'm not sure about pitch change. And then we also have the idea of upside down letters. This might be a thing that is possible. So let's start off with the visibility first and then go from there. So that'll be something we do. Now for possession, possibly. The thing with possession is that I don't think it would be too hard, but then you'd have to figure out how to banish both the customer and the ghost. So it might be a little bit too difficult on the difficulty scale. And I cast, oops, dropped my pyromancer's meal on the floor. Quickly, clerk, you're all dead. Oh boy. I'll put here, let's see, I can do, I think green. And I'll say, and I'll do a down arrow to show this is difficult. And this one here I think would also be difficult to do. Readability of spells, I think that's what we're doing here. And I also think it could be a good idea. Tempo change. Yeah, the tempo change part, not too sure about. That might be too difficult. And then we have, yeah, all of these guys. So I'm thinking we can start off by working on, let's see, these guys. So the guys in green, see how that feels. And if we need to add more modifications, we can. But at the moment, oh yeah, not green. Hold on, tempo change, you're supposed to be a down arrow. There you are. So what we'll do is we'll add these 3 guys, guarantee. So we'll start off by adding them, and then we'll add this one, and then see how the game feels. And hi, CC Flameheart, welcome into stream, welcome in. And hold on, let me just double check, because I have seen that name before. Welcome back as well. And you can search for Godot audio effect pitch shift if you're interested in playing with the pitch while keeping the tempo. Interesting, but it seems slightly complicated, probably not worth it. The thing is, I'm already in knees deep with figuring out how to make a rhythm game. So, and figuring out delta time and having to go into audio stream player and all of that. So, I'm already very in the very complicated portion. So I can right at least say, you know, if I want to look into it, that is an option. So thank you. And that's cool, you can always get more into the weeds. Don't wanna. Let's see. Moving down here, and I'll write here. Let's see. Should look into, or I could Google. C-O-U-L-D. Could Google. G-O-O-G-L-E. Could Google. There you go. And just put you there. That way I can know. Could Google for a better solution. Alrighty then. I think we are good to go. We are good to start getting the ghosts back to what they were. They're back to their former glory. And now we have to fix a lot of broken code. So the question becomes, do we clean the code and make it better? Or do we just start from scratch? I'll be honest, I have not touched ghosts in at least half a year, so I don't remember how the code works. I haven't looked at it. So we'll apparently we'll find out together. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. And let's start off by having let's start off with the ghost wandering around and following the player. That will be our objective. So let me bring you into programming here. Let me make sure I make a backup before pain happens. So let me just do backup here, backup, B-A-C-K-U-P, backup there, commit and push so that I do have a backup, because something I've learned, backups, very important. And the ghost code works in spooky magic. The thing is, since modifying the ghost, the game has not enjoyed me doing it. I usually get error codes for Ghost because it doesn't enjoy the old code, trying to mix in with a new code. And so now comes the adding part. That was quite the important title change. So that's why I never know when the title changes. I plan to do things if we have enough time for it, but I never know. Oh boy. Good to know I can change the titles on the fly though. So I'll save that there. There we are. You didn't see anything. So let's see here. In my game, if I go and close all the folders here, in Cafe, we have entities, and in entities, we have Ghost. This is everything to do with the Ghost. I'm not sure I want to go in there. It's scary. I don't know about this. We have the Ghost assets, we have the Ghost state machine, and this is all that the Ghosts have at the moment. Be brave. I don't know if I can. Oh boy. Let's see. All right. So step one, I think, for starters, is going to be updating Boo. Or do you mean Boo? Code. Let's see. So I had an old system for working with sprites. Now I have a new system. So I say we ignore the new system and just make sure that they're functional and then go from there. And the best sign of having improved at something is to cringe. Oh, I already know I'm going to cringe. My worry is that re-adding it might be more work than just deleting it and building from the ground up. Oh boy. And even if it was 1 hour ago. Oh, let's see. So if I click Ghost here, this is our ghostly scene. This is our current ghost. And if I go ahead and remove home screen because we're not saving you, remove tutorial, remove key, remove all of you there, cast sprite, don't need you, cast some beat. Yeah, you're broken. You're definitely broken. You're also broken, but you're not as bad. We'll open up our cafe here, open up our scene here, get our cafe scene. There we are. Slide you over. Okay. Good. And you've gotten really good at fixing bad code? Oh, thank you, Frost. And yeah, I can't say for certain. It definitely is a thing of just learning. So we have one here, state name, progress, and number. That's probably all very important, so I'm going to keep it there because this was used for debugging. So I'm going to just, slide this guy up if it allows me to. Slide up there, because I don't know what you do. We also have an animation player for our little guy here. All the old animations, so the move up, move down, move up, and nothing is broken if you ignore it. True! If I just close my eyes, then the errors don't exist. Easy peasy. Let's see. We have the sprite. We also have an animation tree. And this is another thing. You can see, I don't know if I do this as well. If I go into my customer scene, you can see how it is now. The customer, this is as clean as it gets for customer. We have the customer themselves, and then we have, let's see, the collision shape, the navigation agent, and their animation tree. Yeah, so this is, I take it back, this is an animation tree. Ghost also has an animation tree. Good to know, yeah. And I think as well, I figured out how animation trees work in that moment when I redid the customers. So, maybe this is just a thing we can copy and paste. The idea behind this animation tree is the idea of we have an idle, and they can go to walking, and from walking, they can go to waiting, a browsing menu, things of that nature. So this guy's fixed, it's clean. What I wanna know is if we go into our state manager, where are we modifying our state machine at? That's what I wanna know. We have a state for move and idle. Where are we modifying our animations at? Oh, here we are, there we are. So I'm tracking everything through bools and tracking their current status. That is how I'm currently doing the animation tree. And when it's one animation, I switch to the other. So the good news is we can probably use the updated code of customers and use it for our ghost, which I think might be the best way to do it. Because you can see the different animations here, navigate or correlate to, is the word I'm looking for, correlate. They go hand in hand with these guys here. That's what this is. So what I'll do is I'll close our customer manager, close our customer state manager. We'll go ahead and close our key here. Our customer can stay. We don't need the cookbook anymore. We don't need map parser. We don't need order. All these things can go. Spellcasting minigame, don't need you. Don't need spellcasting screen. Don't need spellcasting tutorial. Don't need custom, we need you. We need customer. So is there a spawn ghost command here? There is, utility spawn ghost. Okay, so we do have that as a command as well. We have customer, task screen, don't need you. Utility, don't need you. Don't need them, don't want them. And oh neat, A, you're still on, and B, you're doing the fancy words. Double neat. Well, welcome in, Captain McFriendly. Hopefully they're not too fancy for you. I try my best to make it so that people who are coming in and don't know what's going on know that I too barely understand what's going on. So we can all be a little clueless together. And waiting. Let's see. So we have our ghost, and the ghost has all of these things. And I know Godot, but what was that graph? This graph down here. This is an animation tree. Yep. It is. It's tricky. I still don't quite understand it, but I got it working at the very least for the customer. The thing is, Ghost is old code, so everything here is old. And I'm hoping we can grab stuff from the customer, since they do have some of the similar things going on, and just use it for the ghost. Then hopefully, possibly. So the ghost also have this thing called an area 2D, and that's what the two circles are. This stands for vision. So if Gabby, our main character, enters their vision, then they follow her. We also have a status radius. So this circle is for if a customer is in their radius. If the customer is in the circle, then they have the fear effect going on. For now, though, I'll hide them. Hopefully that disables them. I'm not too sure, though. And reusing code equals best friend feeling ever? Yeah, it does. And one of the fanciest business words, round these parts like Barbie. I imagine the graph shows how variables are being passed along a function as a visual depiction. Kinda, sorta, I can say, Frost. The thing is, and oh, let me make sure I didn't click that incorrectly. You have to add in bools called conditions, and you toggle these on and off. And the idea is that once the condition is met, then the arrow activates. That's how the current system I have works. I don't know if there's a better version of this, but at the moment, this arrow, there we are. This arrow on the condition met as walking will then move. So it goes from idle. And if you're on idle and the condition is checked off for walking, then it goes to the walking animation. That's how it is currently. And oi, indeedy. And let's see, maybe turn them into notes so you can reuse them anywhere. And this line with the triangle at the end, and the Freudian slip of error. they're a little bit hard to say, aren't they? Error. Wait, no. Error. That's hard. Oh boy. Let's see. If we go back to Ghost here, yeah. So these radiuses, for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove their inputs. And oh no. How many errors you'll be running into? Oh boy, I say, oh boy. Let's see. So if we go to our ghost guy here, this is currently the code, which is good, right? This is customer code, which is also, oh, hold on. Customer code, a lot longer, you can see. So the good news is, ghost code, not a lot. Right now, we just have on enter, on exit, and on enter, all, on exit, and also clear effects. So that's good. That's the only thing they know how to do at the moment. We also have a wander timer here. What is that? I'm going to guess that the wander timer, once up, will have the ghost try to move around the cafe. As if we go here, you can see, if I move this out a little bit, we have these things, and they're all the purple circles here. This is called an idle spot. And the idea is that there are multiple idle spots in the cafe. If I do idle here, idle spot. Right now there's, oh, hold on, close this guy here, and move you back here, move you back here. Right now, there exist these guys called the idle spots. And if I, let's see, undo you, I believe, ungroup, ungroup, and ungroup. There we are. And the hope is that, nope, hold on, let me mute that guy. That should not be on. There we are. And the idea is that by assigning these locations, what I can do is I don't have to modify in code. All I have to do is say, this is the list of idle spots. The ghost is allowed to go to any of these guys. And then I can just say, okay, I want the ghost to go here. I want the ghost to go here. If I want the ghost to have more spots to go to, then I can add the spot here, add that guy there, and bam, and it's already done in code. That's why those idle spots exist. That's why they're there. And know your place, ghost. Oh boy. Let's see. And we have this ghost idle position manager. So this guy is the ghost, right? But how I was taught, as I did go to college for game design, game development, for a computer science degree, but I ended up dropping out because I didn't like the slow rate at which I was getting taught. And I also planned on becoming an indie dev. So it was more of a thing of college seems to be geared more towards if you want to become a AAA dev. But while I was there, while I was learning, it was taught to me, and I've ever since carried this knowledge through, that if something creates it, then it should also delete it. Hence why I have these things called managers. I need this spot. I was actually working on how to do random NPC wandering. I did figure out how to do wandering. The question is, do I remember what this code is gonna do? So to spawn and delete ghost, and you didn't like a slow pace? Really? The thing was, we were working in Visual Studio. We weren't working in a game engine. It was just all console. And I wanted to get on a game engine. I was ready. And warp speed. Too slow, let's go. Oh boy. Let's see. So I have a ghost manager here. This ghost manager is responsible for spawning and deleting ghosts. It takes care of everything ghost related. So if I need to manage ghosts, if I need to choose how to use ghosts, things of that nature, it goes here. That's what this guy's for. And then we have a leaving sound. Let's see what the sound is. Can I play it? Let's see. That's them leaving. There's also an entering sound. And there's also the ghost guy here. This ghost here is responsible for holding all of the ghosts as children. And then we have a ghost spawner. And what this ghost spawner does is it'll just try to spawn the ghost during the time. A console command game. Yeah, it was just console commands, which is fine and all, but I wanted cool stuff. And all we had at our disposal was like drawing to the screen with vectors and rectangles, and I didn't like it. I like this, where we have actual sprites and assets. I much prefer this. And no, but wow, proud of you, takes actually follow up with self-learning. It's the thing of, I know what I want to do. I know where I want to go, but I just didn't know if it was the right path. It was the thing of, I feel like I enjoy this, but I don't like the way it's being used. And I can certainly say, once I ended up dropping out, I looked online for courses. Courses too were tried. They also didn't do. I think the best use of learning, or the best way I've learned so far, is by trying to make a game and going along with the flow. I feel like that's been the best teacher. It's the thing of, I want to make a cafe game. All right, well, how do I make a customer? And then looking into how to make customers and things like that. That's been a better teacher. Well, I rephrase that. I enjoyed my teachers wholeheartedly. All of my professors were lovely. It's just the things they were forced to teach. How about that? And unless... Oh boy. Let's see. So with all of that said, if we go up here, we have our ghost manager. It's a node, it has this little icon here, cute little guy. We have leaving and entering sound. We also have the ghost scene, and then we have a ghost list. So the idea is that when a ghost is spawned, it will be spawned under this node as a child. And anytime we want to see how many ghosts we have, we just check the children of this ghost list. Really, truth be told, it should be called ghost list. I think that's better. Ghost list. I'm curious to see, if we go to our manager and we go to our customer manager, how's it handled? If we go, let's see, close this guy here, close game state manager, yeah, you can see customers. So I guess it's fine. Interesting. All right, well then we'll call this ghost since it's also ghost there. I want to try to keep it the same. So let's see, ghost and customers. Lovely. Alrighty then. So our ghost list here. And then we also have a ghost spawner. Now I'm wondering, why are you cropped out? We'll probably find out why that was there in the first place. So we'll just keep it moving for now. We have a variable called fail last spawn and a variable called current ghost number to check how many ghosts are in the game. As the idea was initially that if there's a max limit of ghosts you can have. In this example, there are 3 spots a ghost can occupy. So you would only want to have 3 ghosts in the game. But maybe it's an example of maybe only 1 ghost at a time can spawn in this certain level because it's an easy level. But if it's a really hard level, then all 3 ghosts can spawn it. And sadly have to go, no worries, Check. Thanks for stopping by and chatting and giving your ideas. And good luck with bringing the ghost back to life. How ironic. Thanks for stopping by and chatting. I hope you have a lovely time getting it, whatever it is you get up to doing. Let's see here. And we'll let you know if you... You know what? Ouija board is not out of the question. I'll say that much. So let's see. And the idea is also... I keep saying the idea. The idea. In my game, I have levels. And levels are responsible for controlling different aspects of the game. If we go to, for example, here, into my prototype level, and I go ahead and slide on over, what you should be able to see is this is the level data. So if I ever want to create a new level, I have certain things I can do at my disposal. For example, here we have the description of the level. We also have, what is it called? Cheats. I can choose how long the level is. I can choose if it's a tutorial or not. I can also enable cheats for the level. I can choose what appears in the level. So for example, if I want cocoa or coffee or sweet or bitter, so I can choose all the flavors allowed in the level. I can also choose what customers are available to spawn. So if I want only necromancers on a certain level, that does allow me to do it. And no Luigi, lemon squeezy. Oh, let's see. And another thing I have on here as well is called customer spawning and ghost spawning. And you can see this customer spawn chance, and we have customer spawn timer. And we also have ghost spawning, which is the same exact thing. Ghost spawn chance and ghost spawn timer. What these guys mean is the timer stands for how many or how long until it tries to spawn it again. So for example here, in this example, the ghost will try to be spawned every minute because this is in seconds. And if I did a spawn chance of 1, then every minute it'll try to spawn a ghost and it has a 1% chance to spawn. That's the idea behind the spawn chance versus spawn time. So every time the spawner goes off, it'll try to spawn a ghost, but it only has a 1% chance of working. That's what those two stand for. So hopefully that's a little bit clearer. And in this example, you can see customers can spawn every 25 seconds and they have a 40% chance to spawn. And in my case, if the customer fails to spawn, then they're guaranteed to spawn next time the timer goes off. I don't know if we want to do that for the ghost, possibly just to make it easier because you want to guarantee ghost can spawn if we do it so that if the, if it's not guaranteed next time after it fails, then there's a possibility in a world, a random world, excuse me, where ghosts will never spawn just because the player's unlucky. So we want to make sure, at the very least, the ghost is going to spawn in the next 2 minutes. That's what that would say. That's what that means, is that 60 seconds, if it doesn't spawn with the 1%, next time, guaranteed, and then it gets reset. So it could fail again, but every other one, it at least is going to work. And can also work 2 times in a row. And can you just double up the possibility each time check? Or would that still not be enough for 2 minutes? The issue is at the moment, right now, a level is 5 minutes long. So if the spawn chance is 60 seconds, that means every minute it tries to spawn a ghost. So we wouldn't have enough time. And welcome back. Oh, nope, that doesn't sound right either. Needle, possibly? That sounds worse. But welcome back. I hope your lunch is tasty. Or you can keep increasing the spawn chance each time it fails to spawn. Yeah, that's what Captain suggested. But if we increase the spawn chance, the issue is that the ghost could still maybe never spawn. For example, if it was a 5% chance to spawn, does it then go to 50? But what if the case is 50 still doesn't work? Then does it go to 75? But what if it still doesn't spawn it because it's just not lucky? And what if it's a 99% chance and the ghost still doesn't spawn? It's possible. It's not likely, but it's possible. So to safeguard against this, what I've done is that if it fails the first time within this percent chance, it's guaranteed to spawn next time. So you're likely to get something, you just won't get it always. And ads, my goodness, I see. Alrighty then. Well then, let me get my tissues, we'll get the ad breaks going on, and then we will continue. Let me have that go. Let me mute for 1 second there. And no worries at all. And yeah, especially if I was someone new, they'd be super frustrating with no ghosties. Yeah, the thing is, I'm worried that the ghosts are I'm worried the ghosts are going to be too frustrating. That is a possibility. And oh, thank you for the subscription, Captain McFriendly. Thank you, and welcome in. I hope you enjoy the emotes. Let me know, so then we can continue. There we are. And still got the ads. There is no escape. But I do appreciate it. I support this channel hardcore. How sweet. Thank you again. And you can multiply spawn champs up to 100%. Well, Mordor, in this case at the moment, the way my game works is at minimum, it's like a 50% chance. So if we still increased it, it'd be less likely. Does that, hold on, let me see if I can write this out while we're during the ad breaks. Let me see, because this comes back to math and percent, and it is difficult, I do admit that. So, right, let's see here, and then we have here, and then we have here, and then we have 4, and then we have 5, and this is 1 minute, this is 2 minutes, 2 min, this is 3 min, 3 min, this is 4 min, 4 min, and then we have 5 min, 5 min, M-I-N, and we have a percent of, we'll go with the customers, which is a 40% chance to spawn, 40% chance to spawn. And oh, let's see. If it's a 40% chance and it fails, so I'll put an X on here, the way my system works currently is that it's a guarantee the next time it tries it. But what you're suggesting, it still might not happen on that 2-minute mark. And the idea is that if it failed before, it's guaranteed to happen next time it happens. But in a different system where instead it would move to, for example, 80%, there's still a possibility, there's still a 20% chance it might not spawn. But then you could say that 80% then goes to, what is it, 160? So it's guaranteed. So I'm thinking, at least at the moment, the idea of a guarantee is a better percentile chances, because if it fails last time, then it can work again. And in this example, what would happen is that 2 minutes, it forces it to be 100% chance. And yeah, try it again, Lusk. Lusk isn't here, I don't believe. Let's see. And that would be a check. And then it would go back to trying. And for example, if it did a check, if it did work with that 40% chance, then we stay. And if, for example, it fails again next try, then it's guaranteed to be a check. And I mean for the ghost, yeah. I'm thinking we use the customer system for the ghost. I think that'd be a good idea. We already have the system in place. It wouldn't be too hard because we have the spawn chance and the spawn timer. I don't know who Lusk is, but yes, Lusk, I believe you. Lusk is a moderator. He's sometimes on here, sometimes not, but I don't think he's here today. So let me go ahead and scroll out here, scroll in here. Yep. The 3 moderators I currently have, or 4 moderators, let me rephrase that. We have Banana Man, we have Eska, we have Frost, and we have Lusk. You'll see them around here and there, and I guess Bobby the Octopus also counts, but that's his bot form. Alrighty, ads seem to be done, so welcome back from the ads. Welcome back in. Let's see, shall we continue? Let's see, so if I go back into programming here, I definitely think just doing the way I do the customer spawning, good idea. As well, another thing I ran into is that when you first start a game, imagine the customer spawn timer being 25 seconds. So you would have to wait 25 seconds as soon as you spawn into a game for the customer to appear. And I heard Mod, we were just talking about a Luskaska, and Banana Man scares me the most with a name like that. Agreed. Oh boy. How the game currently works is that it's guaranteed for a customer to spawn within the first 10 seconds, regardless of this timer here. So regardless of if the timer is 25 seconds, it's 25 seconds going forward. If I, hold on, grab you back here, grab you back here, grab you back here, go back here, go back here, yep. And if I just, for example, go into our default level, look how long it takes for a customer to spawn. We're about it, let's say. They should spawn any second now. There we are. That was totally not 25 seconds. It's set to 25 seconds, but it is the thing of, once we have that first customer spawn, so to get you on your way, because this is the level, the beginning of the level, now, from now on, 25 seconds. And 25 seconds of just vibing, maybe for your first level to get a feeling. Yep. That's the way I do it now, is that there is a first customer spawn timer. So you're guaranteed to get a first customer. But after that first customer, it's anyone's game on when a customer gets spawned. And I think I can show you as well. If I can find the customer manager here, we should be able to see the code somewhere. Let's see. Spawn customer, all of you guys here. I believe I do it on a timer. So let's see here. There should be a customer spawner, customer timer. Yeah, we have a first timer. And in this first timer, it decides when it does it. And here's being proactive and stuff for smart. I appreciate it. This is over a year's worth of work. So I'm happy it's making sense. So saying all that, let's close. We'll probably need our customer manager. Let's go back into our ghost manager. What do we have? We have at the moment, move ghost to an idle spot. We have remove from an idle spot. We have change their state to wander. We also have delete. We also have start the timer, and we also have spawn ghost. I don't know if these are needed. We might want to comment these out and then go from there, so we'll see. And nice, it does, in a way to stick with it. Oh, thank you, thank you. Of the bane of many indies, this is old. I changed my mind. It's so hard to do now, new now. Yeah, that's the thing. I thought this game, since I started working on it in last August, would take until the end of December. That didn't happen. And well, I would love to work on new things. I also know I get sidetracked very easily, so the hope was just make the minimum viable product, and then I can add on. For example, we talked about power-ups earlier. That doesn't need to be in the game. I just want to make sure the game exists, and then we can mess around with ideas. But I want to make sure it's functional, and then I can call it a day if I want to throw on the hanger. MVP, yeah, it's fun. So let's see, we have a start the timer here, where we set the ghost spawn timer to the timer length of the level, and then we start the timer. And then we have spawn ghost, so on ghost button pressed. Now this is old code. Initially in my game, how I had debugging is there was a button you could press on the screen, and that would spawn the ghost in. Now I have commands I can type, so it's charming seeing old code, because that's how I was debugging earlier. I had a button I could press, and smart. Let's see. And then we have here remove ghost from idle target. We also have a function for deleting ghost, and we also have a function for no ghost, which is a bool, which is interesting. I guess we do a bool here because it's used outside of the script. Usually, if it has an underscore, then it's used in all of this code. But if there is no underscore, that means I use it somewhere else. So that's probably why it's set as a bool, and I don't just call this guy outside of this. That does make sense. Yeah, okay, I'll give that one a pass. We have on change spot button pressed. Again, old code. We have change idle spot. We have add ghost to idle spot. We have spawn ghost. We have on ghost spawner time out. And we have attempt spawn, all commented out. Okay, so how to tackle this? I think step one's going to be, let's just make sure the ghosts spawn into the game. Step one, and we can figure it out from there. So let's see, attempt spawn. And what this does as well is that if I don't want a customer or I don't want ghosts to exist in the level, I just set the spawn chance to 0%. That means not happening. So it has to be greater than 0 in order for them to be able to be allowed. So they get disabled if the spawn chance is set to 0, which is nice. So if it's chance 0 or the day is over. Now in my game, when the clock hits 0, the game doesn't end. The game ends when customers and everyone's left the cafe. So that's why the cafe day over exists there. And hi, Snowflake the Amazing. Welcome into stream. Welcome back. Hello. Let's see here. We have on ghost spawner timeout. Yeah, okay. So let me see if I can explain this a little better through pictures. As I think that might be better for all of us, as again, I haven't touched this code in a while, so it's a little tricky. What we'll do is we'll grab our initial ghost here, you guys here, just gonna, you won't mind, right? I just gonna need you for a second here. And we'll scroll down here. There we are. Okay, so a ghost is allowed to go to go to a position. This is called an idle spot. So you might have one idle spot here and one idle spot here. That's the idea. And you use GDScript? I do indeed. Yep. I use GDScript, and this is the second game I've ever made. I know C++ and GDScript. That's it. So still very much a beginner. So in our game, we have a list of spots, and the idea is that when you spawn a ghost, it spawns in that spot. And then once the timer runs out, the ghost decides if it wants to stay in its spot or does it want to move to another spot it can move to. That's the idea behind all of these timers and lists. We have an available list, so spots that aren't taken by another ghost, and we have a list of occupied lists, or occupied ghosts. The idea is that we just try to keep track of what is taken, what's not taken, and the ghost can just wander back and forth. That's the idea behind the occupied list and the unoccupied list. I don't remember if I did keep that idea, because it's a little bit of a head twister, but we'll see. So we'll go back into programming here, and let's see, let me move that guy there. So we have attempt spawn, all of those guys there, and on ghost spawner time out, yep, we have spawn ghost, all of you guys here, and that's where the add ghost and change idle spot. So I'm just a little curious. If we were to, I don't know, this is probably going to break the game, but it's okay. We'll be okay. If I just drag and drop a ghost into here, we'll see. And is it use Bruno? Use Bruno? Possibly? Thank you for the follow. Welcome into stream. Welcome into breaking the game on purpose this time. So let's see. I click play, and let's see if it crashes the game. I think it will, just because again, it's old code, but you never know. Maybe functional at this moment? I stand corrected. They are functional. They don't do anything, but they exist, which is the good part. It's step 1, isn't it? So now, let's have them spawn. Let's do that next, because right now I just dragged and dropped it. But let's have the ghost actually spawn. So I'll go ahead and delete ghost here and believe in yourself. I'm telling you, it's always the thing of this thing works, why? Or this thing should work, why is it not working? Let's see here. So we'll go into our scripts here. We have no ghost, no ghost. Now I'm curious to see, because we do have a command at the moment. If we just do the command of spawn ghost, what happens? If I do spawn ghost, does it give me an error? It does. Okay, that's good to know. So we have this global position, target position. Okay, so the ghosts existing themselves, the ghosts seem to not do anything, which is good. I mean, how many times have you restarted Godot and all of a sudden, yeah, I'm telling you, it's a, have you tried turning it on and off again? That's the feel that it goes for. And also, this is also old code. I can just really quickly refix. So I can do utility dot print debug message, and then I can grab this message here, and it is spawn ghost, and we'll say it is the green color. And for me, I believe I did utility, and oh, hold on, I need a space there. There you go. Utility dot debug code, debug color, and we'll do pass, because that's what happened. Yep, and that's that. So that gets rid of that, just nice, just a little cleaner. So we have on ghost button pressed. Yeah, okay. And where do we have it? Is there a function called spawn ghost? We have a function, and a nice thing about this guy here, this is a plugin I have as well. It is called, hold on, let me just zoom out a little bit. It is called, if I can find it, where are we at? You hear up here. This plugin, if you're interested, is called Script IDE. And to find it, all you have to do is go to Asset Library, and then I believe if I type in IDE, it should pop up. Fingers crossed. Let's see. Oh, there it is. There it is, Script IDE. So if you're curious and you want a different layout to your Godot, this might be handy. And what I like about it, and what I should use more often, is that you can also disable. So for example, these are all the signals I have. This is all the inbuilt functions of Godot. These are all my personal functions. So it does make it easy if you need a good top-down view, which I find handy dandy. And in this example here, we can see, is there a ghost spawn? And yeah, it's super neat. What's the add-on again? Script IDE. Right there. It's by Moran. I'm going to guess 23? Possibly. And it's so much readable. Yeah, I do enjoy it. Once I found out about it, I never looked back, because I think everything is usually on this side. So it's nice having it on this side. And of course, Captain, I hope it's handy and I hope you find it enjoyable. Another thing is it adds hotkeys. So for example, I can do double shift and I can look up everything in my files without having to go over here, which is nice. It makes it easier. And you can see, right, add attempt ghost, attempt spawn, change item, delete ghost. I don't see, oh, we do have a spawn ghost. We have spawn ghost, and it does call deferred on ghost button pressed. Yeah, so we do need to modify a few things. For example, our on ghost button pressed, this should just be spawn ghost. So I'll go ahead and do spawn ghost. There we are, because we now no longer have on button press, because the button was the way I spawned everything in. We don't need you anymore though. We just have spawn ghost. So once a ghost is spawned, this is what it does. It first plays the sound, and then it gets the ghost list. And if the ghost list is empty, we change the tuple. Now this is a bit of old code as well. In the game, when a ghost arrived into the cafe, so when they respond, it changed the tempo of the music, which was a fun idea. I don't know if it's possible in this current day and age, but it is something we could always add back. So that was how you could tell. If you were in this area here and you couldn't see the cafe, if you heard the music change, then bam, you know, a ghost is in here. And I have a coding question? Not at all, not at all. Lay it on me. I can try, but I guarantee no answers. But I can certainly try. Let's see. And go back down there. Yep, okay. So we don't need this, and we don't need this. Removing that. We have a debug message. Now the thing is, if a ghost can't be spawned, I don't know about that guy there. Let's see. So we have make ghost. So for now, I'll just do this. And we first create the scene of the ghost, and then we add the ghost by the name, by the current ghost number. Where do we use current ghost number at? We use it here. We only use it ever to label the ghost, which is okay. I'm fine with that. That's how we can tell what ghost is what, especially for debugging. This ghost number here actually doesn't do anything. It's just for if I enable these labels and I want to say at a quick glance their state name, their progress label, and their number. I think it's fine to keep that, the ghost number, just because it is debugging and handy. And then we add the ghost to the child. So back before, when we were up here and we were looking at these ghosts, it adds it as a child to this node, so I can tell where the ghosts are. How many ghosts do we have? And let's see, assigns target and teleports to the position. So we have target manager dot assign random target new ghost. Alrighty. And then we set the global position to the target dot global position. Okay, so first off, first things first, let me add back this here because that was supposed to be for spawning the ghost. And also for my cheats, let me just double check. Spawn ghost here. We have spawn ghost, spawn ghost. Okay, you should be fine. You should be linked up. If we look at our target manager, whoomst is target manager. We have you cropped out at the moment. If I type in here target, we have a customer target manager. Do we have a ghost target manager? We have a ghost idle position manager. So I think that's what it is, if I had to guess. And in our customer target manager, we can see it is a node, it has some things. And I believe beforehand, I tried to make this into its own list. For example, this was, I believe it used to be target manager, and now it is a customer target manager. But it might be useful to make a target manager, and then as a, what would you call it? Not a parent, possibly a parent. And then children as customer and ghost. Because there's a lot of good stuff on here that I think could be useful just overall. For example, we have a vacant list, a compiled list, and then we have targets, entity, so-and-so, so on and so forth. So I think it'd be useful. And is there a way to test particular parts of code without running the whole thing? I don't believe there is. To my knowledge, the only thing that you could use is breakpoints. And breakpoints they're neat. I don't use them. I usually debug through typing and printing. But if you were to use breakpoints, for example, if I go to my, let's just say our main menu. Main menu should be fine. Our main menu screen here. This is the main menu of the game. And in my main menu, maybe I want to test something to do with the let's see, swapping the menu or calibration or something of that sort. I can click on options pressed. Maybe I want to check this function. So I click that button there, it adds a breakpoint. So when this function happens, it stops the game and gets me into the code. So if I click on play here, for example, we go into the game. Once I click on options, the game is stopped. Oh, you know, as I said before, I don't know. I'm surprised this didn't work. Hold on. If I just do that, hold on. Hold your horses. How about now? Yeah. Okay, note to self, don't put it in the function, put it in what comes in the function. Okay, we're good. Yeah, put it in there. If you're trying to test this function, put it underneath the function. Don't put it as a line. And you do get highlighted line in GDScript if the one particular thing isn't vibing. Red equals it's not working at all. Yellow equals not vibing, but code's still working. Ah, yeah, that's true, yeah. And particular parts of code without running the whole thing. Yeah, you can see the game did run, I did run it, but you can add breakpoints for things you want to keep out for. So for example, if I'm testing the options button, adding this breakpoint here will allow me to explore what happens when the option button is done. And if I move myself, move back over me. Hold on, video. There we go. And you can control the breakpoint with buttons like this. So this button here means you want to, hold on, slide over a little bit more. This button here, it continues it, so it goes past the breakpoint. And these buttons here walk you through the breakpoint. And how do you take breakpoints off? Because so for that one, I found a neat trick. If you click, it's a little bit tricky to see too. I'm just gonna slide over here. If I click cancel, you can see it gives a list of breakpoints here. So I can have a breakpoint, for example, here, I can have one here, and it adds to this list. And if I wanna look at the breakpoint, I double click it, and it brings me to the breakpoint list. So if you get lost, you can double click these guys, and it'll bring you to where the breakpoint is. Hopefully that's handy. And I did read that too. Good, lovely. And that's something I found out, I think, last week, so learning something new every day. Let me go ahead and save this. I'll move myself about there-ish. Yeah, okay. And you know, I never knew breakpoints could work like that. Mine were always not on purpose. I don't like using them, but I understand why they are a tool. And then the important part is, even if you don't use the tool in your toolbox, at least it is there. I use it in break case of emergency. And thank you. No worries, Snowflake. I hope it does help. As, yeah, to people who do enjoy breakpoint, I don't want to stop you. I'll always be an enjoyer of printing out messages, but I know it's not everyone's taste. Let's see. So let me go ahead and go back to our ghost manager here. And down in our ghost manager, we have this target manager. And what I was saying is, I think we can make a basic target manager and then add a little bit. For example, there's nothing here that sparks me as something to do with customer, except for something like this. I think that's it. This add seat to children list could also change the name, I think, as well. So it's a thing of, I think, yeah, something can change a little bit, the wording. And then we can use this for both customer. And breakpoints are great to give values of stuff mid-runtime. Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, but don't forget, you could also print it, but you could also get it for breakpoints mid-runtime, yeah. And let's see, people use breakpoints aren't human. I never said that. I never said that. Not ever, not ever. It is very much to each their own. Let's see here. So what I want to try to do is if we go into our target manager here, you can see manager, customer target manager, we close this guy, it brings us to here, customer manager, customer target manager, ghost manager. What I'm going to do is I'm going to right click this, make a new script, and we're going to call this our target manager. Like so. And that gives us this little guy here who is empty. And in our target manager here, I want to go through customer manager, gonna select it, copy it, bring it all into target manager here. You can see if I scroll up, and this guy here, you now need to be like that. And you don't need an icon because the neat thing about icons is if you want to change the icon of what the game looks like, you do @icon, and then you do wherever your icon is located at. So you can give it, I could even do the ghost sprite sheet if I really wanted to. I would right click this guy, get the UID, and paste the UID here. So if you're ever curious on how to change, for example, my ghost manager has a little ghostly icon. I think it adds a little nice touch for certain things. For example, customer is a little customer guy. We have targets, which look like a target. So that's a fun thing too you can do with Godot. Let's see, we'll go back to here, go back to main menu, don't need you anymore. Let's go into our target manager here. Yep, okay. So holds all targets, entities, E-N-T-I-T-Y, entity can go to. Keeps track of which are occupied. Let me just also gonna go ahead and just set that to H because that needs to be that. There we are, good. Okay, and with that said, we have a vacant list and an occupied list. Gather all targets and set their status as either occupied or empty. I think that's better. I want to make this not so specific to customers, so targets. And if we also go to targets, just because there might be a question of what a target is. If I click on this target guy, bring you into target. This is a target. It is merely an area 2D node. And what a target does, it has an entity, an area, and it just has some colors and a bool. And the idea is that I can use these targets to show where any entity can go. So for example, in my game, I have a little target here. You can see spellcasting dislocation. That's a target. And I have a little skull guy that spawns. And this skull guy is an entity. And he needs to know where to go because he's supposed to be a thing of, hey, look, this is where you're supposed to go. And if I click play here, I can even show you. If I click on you here, let's see you here, you here. If I click on levels, click on tutorial, move around, have the customer sit down, and have the customer wave their hand, that little skull guy follows, oh, hold on, there we go. This little skull guy follows all the way. So it spawns and then it goes straight towards this target. That's why I use targets. Targets are not just used by customers, they're used by ghosts and this little skeleton guy, and it could also be used by the butlers too. So I want to keep my targets open. The idea is that anytime I want an entity to go somewhere, I can just say, hey, this is a spot you need to go to. So for example here, that's how I do my seats. Customers have these guys as valid seats they can go to. And work messages in my teams. Oh boy, well best of luck, Venus. And we have here our idle spots and everything here is a target. So if I ever want a customer or anything else to go somewhere, for example here, even our wait spot here is a target. And this exit target is also an exit target. Everything is a target when you look under it. And I'm wondering as well, when a ghost is told to follow the player, are we going to have to just say follow the player, or are we going to have to put a target on her head? There's your target, go after her now. We'll see. And yeah, I agree, Captain, I agree. So let's see. Yeah, that's how targets work. That's what a target is. So we have, if we go back to our closest guy here, we have an array of vacant targets, and we have an array of targets that are occupied. We don't need this left and right seat page. That's something exclusive to customer. So we'll go ahead and remove this here. We also don't need to know about the book. Targeted her back. Exactly. Let's see. We have remove target from occupied list, and we have initialize managers. And this register targets also doesn't really need to be a thing. What we need to say instead is, or we could also have it be a thing. It could be, I forget what it's called. I think it's called a virtual. And I opened Godot, my script is gone. I I will certainly say, Snowflake, if you aren't doing it already, make sure you make backups. Whether it's grabbing all your Godot files and putting it into a zip every time you edit it, or going through GitHub and doing it there. I use GitHub as my backups because there was one time, a summer ago, a little bit after I dropped out of college, where I wanted to try to make a game in the summer, but the files ended up getting corrupted, and since I didn't have any backups, I wasn't able to continue the game. So I would say, if you aren't already, make sure you do backups. I'm talking backups left and right, save every 5 minutes. It'll save you the pain in the long run. And even an older project file can still work as a backup. Yeah. An industry standard? It is. I remembered learning about it. Well, I didn't use that one specifically, but I learned about making backups. But I thought to myself when I dropped out, needs version control. It needs version control. I learned my lesson. I'll tell you that much. So let's see here. Book assigned seat to tab. Yep. And register targets. Yep. And this is target here, or all target left, all target right. Yeah, okay. And add seat child. Oh boy. You know, as I said before, I used to be a lot more stubborn, so and that helped with me getting better. And I wouldn't be surprised if I still am much stubborn. I'm not against admitting it, but I'm definitely less. I'll say that much. Let's see. So we have book assigned. We can remove that guy there. Register targets. Yeah, that guy might need to be modified. We have add seat to children list. So from here, let's see. Compiled list. And then we return compiled list. Where are we doing you at? What do you? What say you? Aha. Got ya. And you have set a plan that you don't like to deviate from. Yeah, that was mostly it. I had an idea, and if I couldn't do the idea, didn't want to do it. No, thank you. So let's see. We have set child. We have remove target from occupied list. Assign random targets. I think that's good. Assign new random target. And I believe that's it. And print target list and owners. That was debugging. They have to start over. It is gone. That is unfortunate to hear. Yeah. Hopefully now, though, going forward, you can keep version control in mind. So it's the same mistake is not made once again. I truly do I worked at least 3 weeks on a project, and oh man, and and yeah. But now, yep. Make sure version control going forward, at the very least. That's something a little bit on the bright side of things. So let's see. Register targets. I'm wondering, in our customer target manager, if we're taking a look at this, taking a grand old look, why do we do this? Why do we use this right and left seats? If I scroll down here, it's use an assign seat tab. Where are we getting our guys at? Let's see, register targets. Yeah. How do we know our vacant list? Where are we assigned vacant list at? And I changed engine version right before releasing for your game jam. No backups? No bueno. I did change to 4.5, but I think there's now even a newer version than 4.5. So let's see. For add seats to children, we do that there. I see. Got ya. We add a vacant list. And then there's also a compiled list. What is this compiled list? I see. Okay. So I think in this case, what we could have happen is we can make this function a function that functions normally or is customized depending on what you're doing. And with that said, what I mean is we'll grab our target manager here. And when we do add seat to children a list, what we're really doing instead is doing add target to list, add target to list, something like that. And then all we have to do is, let's see, return. Okay, I think as well what we'll do is have a compiled list here, and we can have it still return a list. I don't mind that. So that can keep it there. That can keep it there. I think that's okay. We also can return compiled list. I think that's fine as well. So instead, these guys would turn into this guy here. Compile, oh no, hold on. Wrong guy, it'd be this guy here. Add target to compiled list, something like that. Left page seat isn't a thing at the moment though, which is okay as well. But this return, because if we were, I believe it's called virtual, where you have a parent and then the child, which takes from that function. So while this is like that, if you want to override it, you'd be able to override it. So I'm wondering, because this returns an array, I don't think we can overwrite it because the other one would have to return it. So I think this is okay to keep like this. I think it's fine. Add target to list. I think that's okay to keep it like that. So I'll go ahead and let's see, register targets. Yep. And let's see, this list here. Yeah, okay. In our register targets as well, we can go ahead and say, instead of this guy here, what we'll do is do target list, yep, and we have seat and list.getChildren. So what you would do in this case is, I think, have an @export var for list. Let's see, @export var, and we'll call it R. Let's see, node. Does that work? Node. And we'll do, it is a node 2D, and node 2D, like that. And let's see, I didn't change the version of all the 2D stuff, just the code is gone. Okay, it sounds like you didn't lose everything, which is a little bit better. And I think it should work as long as return type is the same. Well, the thing is, I would prefer not to return anything, but because we need the information, I think it's fine to keep it as a return type. And we have here a var for node, and then on register targets, we do, let's see, add target to list, like this, and we do node, like that. I think that works out there. And then we just do this here, like that. And now that function is a little bit better. However, I'm curious about where this function is being used. We are using it, if I do Control-Shift-F, it allows me to look in all of my Godot folders. And in all of my folders, we only use it in Target Manager. That doesn't sound right, hold on. Try it here, add seat to child. That was the original one, there we go. So we have it used in function here, this here, this here. So this could certainly be old code, because we only ever use this function in the code. So it needs to have an underscore. And what does script IDE not do? Oh, well, that's not script IDE. This is regular Godot, regular functions, like how Control F is fine. Control Shift F is fine everywhere. So thankfully, it's not a plugin. It's a built-in, as far as I know. I could be wrong. I've used script IDE for a very long time, but I believe it's built in. Yep, I think. Don't quote me until it's been tried, but I believe Control Shift F should work even without script IDE. Let's see. That would be this guy here, underscore here, underscore here. That's good to go. So from there, let's see. We have remove target from occupied lists. Makes sense. We also have a function called assign random target. We also have a function for assign new random target. And we also have print target and odors. I believe all of this should work correctly as is, which means we could get to do something fun. You could call it cleaning up code. You could also not, depending on who you ask. But what we can have happen is, and oh, you know what I just realized as well? This node guy is not going to work because, let's see, add target to list, node target list. Yeah, hold on. Right now, how the game works with customers is, and oh, hydrate.
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed hydrate.
Lovely, and I found it. Good, that's good to know. And thank you for the redeem, Cat sat on keyboard. Thank you. And welcome back in, though I suppose you were lurking if I had to guess. Let's see. If I go to my customers, for example, and I go to my customer, well, not my customer specifically. Let's collapse this if I can find it. Another thing I found out as well is that you don't need a plugin to collapse folders. You can just right click this and it should collapse it, though. You know what? It's kind of finicky. It depends, but it's been better. Like it's now collapsed, so I'll take it. From there, what I wanted to do was go to our game objects. Nope. We need to go to customer manager. Nope. We're looking for where these guys appear. Where do our, let's see, these guys here. There are seats, so maybe if I do seat, yep, it's in manager, customer target manager. There we are. And in our customer target manager, we have all available seats. And the issue is all available seats, and it's not broken, so I'll take it. Let's see here. I'm wondering, let's see, there's two of these guys, where there's usually one, but this is how you get the list of available options. But redeeming hydrate is my true calling, my real job. I'm happy to hear it. Let's see here. What if we do a node? Because right now the node is grabbing the children. But if we only have one node, then it's a thing of, well, how do we know? Who do we do? So what I'm wondering is, versus, because what this node is supposed to do is it's supposed to grab and register all of the children. But in this case, we have two parents we need to grab the children from. And yes, the ears must be watered. I'm so glad I upped the cooldown. Oh boy, I've been drowned before. It was not pleasant. Let's see. So if we have two nodes we need the children of, how do we get it? Because in some instances, we need two children, or two parents. In other instances, we need one. And it could be the case as well. What if we need 3 parents or 4 parents? I think this might be a case where we could do export var nodes And what if we do an array of node itself? Something like this, right? And then what you could possibly have happened is we can say, let's see. In our register targets, we can have for node in nodes, and then we'll say add target to list like this. That way, no matter, regardless of the size of our nodes, it's always at least going to be something I think might work. And another thing we can do as well is do equal and then empty. And then we can say if nodes dot is empty, we'll also put a warning on here as well, just to be double sure. And thank you too, is it Lord Satoru? Possibly Lord Satoru, that's my guess. I can try again, but thank you for the phone. Welcome into stream. Welcome into surprisingly refactoring. But hi, I hope you've been well. So if nodes is empty, right? Then what we'll say is, we'll have, say to the screen, hey, we're empty. You should not continue. Something's wrong here. Can't register. So we'll have it print a message in angry red letters to say, can't register, R-E-G-I-S-T-R, register targets, and then we'll say, no, target list empty. Target list empty. There we go. So it lets us know. And then after we let ourselves know that we can't register it, well, then we will return. But if we can register, then we'll go ahead and have them registered. And I think what could be a nice thing to do as well is we'll do another print to say, hey, it's been registered. So what I'll do is I'll print you in here. We'll change it, I believe, to notify. I believe my notify one is purple, or no, blue. Notify. And we'll say instead, we'll do node.name, node.name, because we can get the name of the node, and then we'll add this, and let's see. Do we want to do it before or after? I think after might be a little bit better. So we'll do plus here, and then we'll say registered, R-E-G-I-S-T-E-R, registered targets in blank. That way it lets us know what's happening behind the scenes. And that's why I like doing the notifications, because when you're in here in the output, it's a lot to look at, but I think it's nice to see the order of operation. Though eventually you add too many, but it's nice to see in a way it's like a text game where I can tell customer was not added, and then you spawned and customer target was set. It was set on the entity, and then the customer was updated, then seeded. It gives you a play-by-play of what happened. I think I like that. I find it nicer to look at. So let's see. With that said, once we run this add target to list, let's see. We have remove target, then we have assign random target, and we have everything else. So I think now what we can do is remove it. Now, before we remove it, before we modify it, next thing we need to do is make a backup before we go any crazier. That way, we have a place we can go back to should I break everything. So we'll say backup. There we are, backup. There we go. I commit, and then I push, and everything's saved. So should I break something and I delete something, I will have a backup, which means I am safe. Oh boy. And why I wanted the backup was because I'm just gonna go ahead and do extends. And instead of extending, we're going to extend target manager like this. Extend target manager. From there, we don't need to have you because it's already in our target. We have left page, right page. We have remove targets, initialize manager. Don't need you. Remove you. And I'm removing everything that already appears here because it is a child. And if it's a child, then it's going to take everything that is in here and we're adding on. And deep down inside, Eris really just wanted to press play and see what happens. Well, I haven't even pressed play yet. That's the thing too. You should always press play, but I tend to avoid it for a little bit. Orc. Let's see here. That would be a fun emote to add, wouldn't it? Let's see. In our customer target manager, we have register targets, and this will be something we want to override. So in our registered targets here, we have this going on, and instead what we want to do is something a little bit different. So we'll go to our registered targets, and I think this is fine. It's going to override this function, which is what we want. So I'll go ahead and continue. Next up, we have add seat to children list. That's fine to keep. We have remove, we have assign random target. All of these guys can stay the exact same. So I'll go ahead and remove that there. So now this is our new customer target manager. However, why are we angry? Hold on, let's see. Add seat to customer, left seat page, assign. Okay, hold on. what we need to do is do the function of add target to list. Actually, we'll make this add targets to list. I think that's better. We'll go back into customer manager here, and we need to do this. There we are. We also need to make it underscore because we only use it here. So we only use it in code, which means it stays in here. We don't call it anywhere else. So now we're possibly decent. Now we have this, and let's see if it works. Last thing we need to do is we need to update our customer target manager here, because now it has nodes and it has 0 size in the array. It really doesn't matter since we're overriding, but just to be on the safe side, what I'll do is I'll grab our left page seats and I'll grab our right page seats. So left page and right page. These are the children, or these are the parents we want to look at the children of. Once that's saved, let's now see if our cleaning did anything. Let's check it. Just looking at it, taking a good gander, seeing if the game broke. All right, are you ready? We'll go ahead and despawn customer in and customer bobbing up and down, customer. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I think, I don't know if it still works, but I want to see if we do view visible collision shapes. It should also change the color of the target. Let's see, because that was a debug thing I had. I'm not sure if I still have it. I can't believe we only have 40 minutes or 20 minutes left. I'm willing to go a little bit over just because I think we're getting somewhere. And you can see now all of the collision shapes, which I think is really neat. So if we now spawn a customer in, the color of their spawn point should change. So right now it's green, that little green circle. I spawn them in, it's now dark green. So hopefully now, through this debug method, we should be able to see where they go, why they go there, and when it's selected. So if I go ahead and have a customer seated, they should go to that dark green part. And it's also mapping up correctly. So the customer, so far, so good. The thing is, I also do have a bug. You could consider a quote-unquote bug. The customer should be directly in the center of that green circle. They are not. But that's something that is not game breaking, so it remains. This customer's ready to order, so we'll go ahead and grab their order. And let's see here. They want a sweet bitter cake. I can do this because it's debugging, so I can just grab their order, all ready to go. The customer will eat, and I think I need to add a timer, and I think I need to add a cheat so that the timer's faster. The thing is, I'd like my game to be pretty flexible when it comes to customers. I'd like it if when you see a necromancer, you know, oh, that necromancer's gonna take forever to eat, or this medimancer is gonna be really fast at choosing what they want to have, or this pyromancer has a temper. They take orders, or they have terrible patience. I think that would be fun. So each customer has different amounts of factors like that, which are fun. And you see this seat goes back to being light green, that seat goes to being that one. However, this guy here is dark green. You should go back to not dark green. If I spawn in another customer, interesting. The line's not working on that. But aside from that, it does seem to be the case that we were able to refactor properly. In the sense of customer manager now is its own customer target manager. We'll do one more check, and we'll go ahead and have this guy here, you there. Grab the order. We'll then spawn in 11 customers. So 11 in here because 12 is the max. Every spot is taken, is now occupied. And then we'll go through and just have them leave, and they should turn back to the color they are. And just to double check with everything, we'll have this customer finish, leave, eat. This is the only available spot. So just one more check. If I spawn in a customer, they only should be able to go to this spot here because it's the only vacant area. And customer does. So I believe system works properly. We're good to go. Good. And now that the system is working the way it should with the target managers, the idea of a vacant list and occupied list, and the hope is that when a customer is added or removed, clap, clap, clap. Thank you, thank you. Oh boy, it's always a concern that things might not work, but the good news is it's now flexible enough to work with anything. Fingers crossed. We have an occupied list, and you can see here. I know Captain was saying about wanting to do a randomized walker, so I'm not sure if this code is handy. Hopefully, you're able to get a look at this, and you can also go back through the VOD. Hopefully, it's also commented enough to explain what's going on here as well. Hopefully, you did find that handy too. With all of that said, though, now that we have our customer target manager, and that's good to go, and Bobby equals customer, Bobby equals VIP, he's up there on the list, we now have a ghost manager. And now what we can have happen is, you can see, all of these guys here, we need a ghost target manager. If I go back up to here, we have ghost idle position manager, and then we have a node 2 of all the idle spots. So in this case here, this guy doesn't even have a script. So I'll right click it, or actually I'll do it here. Let's see, do ghost manager. I'll do manager, I'll create new, and I'll go to script. And we're going to call this ghost, and we'll go to target and then manager, manager, ghost target manager, like that. Create it. And the neat part is I can drag and drop the script up to here, and it assigns it as the script. And to take advantage of what we just did, I can just do extend, and oh, also it's Node 2D, I believe, possibly. So I'll also change this guy to be Node 2D. I can change the type to Node 2D, because I think it does possibly matter. So we'll just do that there. And then we'll extend, and we will extend it to target manager. So now we have all the capabilities of the other guy there. I can also do class, and then class underscore name, and we'll do this ghost target manager. There we are. So now that we have this ghost target manager good to go, I can just save this guy here, and this ghost target manager will take nodes, and in that node, I add one guy, and this one guy is going to be our idle spots. So we'll say idle spots. Oh, also idle spots needs to be renamed, SPOTS. Honestly, a few things need to be renamed. The code of conduct when it comes to naming your nodes is that you don't want spaces. I forget what it's called. I think it's called camel case, when it's all capital letters. But you shouldn't have spaces. So it should more so be like this here. Could modify it a little bit, but no spaces is what they like to usually do. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Idle spot 3. There we are. Move that there. From there, we have idle spots. And in our ghost idle position manager, we just drag and drop our idle spots. And now it should consider all the idle spots as valid idle positions. And now, hopefully, if we go back into our ghost manager, so this guy here, we go back up, and where it's asking for a target manager, we can now give it a target manager, fingers crossed. If I undo that export, and I click on our ghost manager, it should now require a target manager. So I'm going to grab our idle position manager, put you there, and now it's there. And all my homies hate spaces and names and codes. I like them, and I only use spacing when it comes to folder labeling. So for example, here you can see spaces, but if it's the actual files names, then I do underscores. That's the only time I use spacing. Let's see. I'll go and save this guy here. So now that we have our target manager, what do we do with our target manager? Let's see. When we spawn a ghost, we use our target manager and we assign a random target of our new ghost. Interesting. And if we go back to our target manager, because ghost manager doesn't have anything special in it, just fine. And we'll go back there. So in target manager, we have assign ghost. So let's see, assign random target. I believe that's what was in here. So let's see, assign random target. Yeah. So we assign the ghost a random target. And then we do new ghost, global position, new ghost, target position. So hopefully, fingers crossed, ghost should now spawn in the proper place. It'll still be idle because it won't move. But hopefully now we don't get a crash when we try to spawn in a ghost. And what we'll do is do spawn ghost. And let's see. Ghost now is spawnable, which is good news. Lovely to see. Good. So from there, we need to make sure that the ghost can be reassigned to their new location. So on here, that's where the other timers and stuff. But the good news is we have the spawning working. That was step 1. So let's go ahead and let's have let's see, make a backup again because we have it functional and we want to save it in a functional state. So ghost spawn working. Working or functional. I think either or works just as well. Okay. So from there, I think next, let's modify and let's now go through, let's see, I guess looking at the animations for the ghost because we're going to need them to go from state of moving to non-moving. So let's work into an idle, non-idle, things of that nature. Shouldn't be too bad. I don't think so, but we'll see. And we have our ghost here, and let's see, on status entered, yep. And our ghost here, animation sprite, we have status radius, vision, and we have a state manager, yep, and state machine, yep. Okay, now the only script on our ghost at the moment is this guy here, and that's what we're in. If we go to my customer, for example, we can see we have a state manager, we have a move state, and an idle state. There's only 2. And the thing is, when they're idling, they play different animations like waiting and ordering. So the good news is, I think we can just drag and drop our state manager. I think, but let's double check. If we look at our customer code, we can see it's a lot of customer idle states. So it's a possibility that we might have to either change this so that it's not customer specific, or keep it as this and just kind of use what we need and remove what we don't need. That's a possibility too. If we go into our state manager, so there should be something to do with state here. Yeah, state. Right now, it is specifically customer, which is not what we need. Oh, well, no. it's a enum for customer.state. So we would need an enum, and then you would do ghost, and then we did ghost state. And in ghost, there is either idle or move. And my question is, do we really need to have them different if they're the same exact thing? Would it not just be better to do state.type or something like that? It might work out better. So what we'll do is I'm thinking, and why did you do that? Hi, Banana Nowie. Welcome back into stream. Welcome in. I'm thinking we grab this guy, we match the case, and find whole word, fine. We can see everywhere customer is used at. You made a mess. What do you mean? Everything's clean so far. We've been cleaning up after ourselves. Thank you very much. We've been fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go and I'm going to do state.customer. And then I'm going to select it all. You Control-Shift-F. And if I click find, now we can see everywhere customer.state is used, or state.customer. Disappointment. I don't know what you're talking about. Everything's going as intended so far. Let's see. So, what we can do instead, frick. I'm not sure where all this negativity is coming from. Let's see. It could be the banana name. It tends to turn frowns upside down, but hopefully not for long. Turn the frown back upright. This is why you don't do bananas, kid. Let's see here. So what I'll do is I'll hit Control-Shift-F, and there's an option for replace. My tiny humans are making me get a mess, gotta run. Oh, Snowflake, I hope you have a lovely time. Thank you for stopping by. And don't forget Banana Alley as well. Please try not to spam. That is important too. Let's see. So if I click replace, we can also replace everything. And if I just do instead state dot and I do type, we should be good to go. And replace all like this here. And should be now replaced if I click refresh. No longer tied down, which is good because then I can do type here. And now it works for everything. It doesn't have to be customer. That should be clean and good to go. And from there we have entity, which is good because it's not talking about customer. And I'm just wondering, in our state, our game object customer, target state, yeah, manager here, close manager, where are we using our states at is what I'm wondering. For our move states, here we are, customer, states, customer move state, customer state manager. Yeah, where do we have customer idle? What does idle do? Idle's typical state, which is interesting. It's nice and neat. Okay, so we just need a move state. And in our customer move state, it has a few different things going on here. It doesn't seem to be the case. It's customer specific. So we might just rename this to move state and call it the entity. I think that might work better because a ghost is an entity and a customer is an entity. And as far as I'm seeing here, everything seems to be the same. Oh, hold on. This is customer specific. What I want to take a look at is our, what is it called? It's our little guy that is a path follower. I believe he's called path follower. How do you move? We have you simply, you don't even have a state. You are always in motion. What a cute thing. What will have happen then is I'm thinking customer move state. We can possibly just call this move state and also do like we did before where we just modify it a little bit. So we'll go to state machine here. We have ghost states, all of those guys here. We'll close you here. We have state. I'm thinking we can duplicate this and just call it move state. I think that's a possibility. So I'll call it move state here. And then from move state, what will have happen is we'll do the same thing we did like with the customer target manager, where we just modify things to make it not as angry. And the thing is, let's see, entity, new entity, and state. I believe entity, yeah. And called upon, entity equals new entity, yeah. And in our move state, we have change the entity, enter, yup, call deferred, all of you guys, I think you're fine. When we do customer, why do we do customer? Change customer to sit state. Yeah, okay. So we can modify these things too. We shouldn't be too bad though. And I keep hearing move state. Gotta clean them ears. Oh boy, you gotta move over. Let's see here. What I'm wondering is, do we, let's see, moves at a set speed toward entity target. Yep, this is move state. And we don't need this to be customer. We just need it to be move state. So in move state, on enter, we do entity, new entity, link target position. We do all of these things that make sense so far. And if entity.target, we're checking all of these things. We have current agent, and then we have direction. And this is where you would modify it a little bit because this is all customer-based things. This is all entity animation and direction and moving. For now, what we'll do is we won't consider this the customer, because at the moment, this here is customer specific. So what we'll have happen is direction. So we'll say velocity equals direction, and if direction, all of those things. This takes care of our movement speed. We could possibly have it to be the case where entity has movement speed. That could help as well. Right now, it's taking the profile speed. So I'm wondering, how can we do that? Do we make entities themselves have speeds that we can modify? Because the thing is as well, we don't know if the entity is going to have a walking. It could have a walking, could not as well. Right now, we're not worrying about animation though. So for the moment, what we're going to do is say, let's see. You there, velocity, yep, okay. We'll worry about animation later. Right now, we just want to get them moving. So we have velocity here equals direction times float speed. So we'll just set it to direction times, and actually, what does the customer speed even look like? If we go to customer profile, and I search that up, customer profile, what's the average speed of a customer? Right now it's 50. So I'm just gonna grab this here, and we'll just say a var of speed. For now, temporary, var speed. Hold on, const speed equals a const speed is a float equal to 50, like that. And that way, we can just keep this for now. Again, we'll come back to this if need be. But the good news is, right there, speed, and then we have speed, so we'll just modify these guys here. We don't need the animation, so we'll remove that, and we'll just also do velocity, move towards, that's vector 0, and this is also speed, so we'll just move speed there. And then it is move and slide. So that takes care of that in terms of mood speed. So that's good to know. From there, what we can do is go back to our ghost, and our ghost is going to need a state manager, which is this guy here. I think it's fine. This has a ghost state manager, I believe. Yes, it does. Ghost state manager. And what's going on here? Fix me. Error not finished with state machine. We state machine. Enter. Yep. Transition. Not finished with state machine. Yeah, you're all getting angry. And set to wander. Yeah, I believe I had 2 states then. There was follow and wander. Yeah, okay, that's not too bad. Right now, let's just see if we can get it moving to a different spot. I think that would be easy enough. And to do that, let's see. We just need it to move. So we'll grab our, add child, we'll do a node to 2D. We'll also duplicate this guy, and you can duplicate with Control D. I don't know if that's the default, but I have it set to Control D. That way I can just duplicate lines if need be, which is handy. So let's see, node 2D, and we're going to call this, so we go back into U. It is a move state, so move _ state, and then we have an idle state. Idle state, like that. Move state and idle state. And on our move state, we're going to grab our new guy that we just made. So our move state, drag him up to there. And on our idle state, we're just going to grab our, let's see. I believe this is just state. Yep, okay, state. Lovely. And I do read that, good, yeah. So we have idle state. So move state and idle state. And then in our state machine here, our ghost state machine, what do we do now? We have all of these guys, again, don't need them quite yet. We have var states. Go back into customer. If we go to our state machines, you should be able to see, I scroll up here, we have states, state type, and state. Yeah, these guys are a little finicky, which is okay. It's okay. And hi, Olivia Maxwell. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Nerd talk. Just a little bit. I hope it's not too head spinning though. A state machine needs a state machine for a state machine. Just a smidge. We have physics process. So I'm just gonna kind of maybe possibly copy all of this and just do that. Yeah. Yep. By default. Always on idle. We'll just really copy all of this. Really, I feel like this could be the new ghost time. And from there, we'll do. Yeah. Do you really need this? Ask yourself for a moment of your time. Let's just not have any of that. And now it's already, my goodness, in a lot of states. Yeah, the funny thing is, there's only 2 states at the moment. Either you are going somewhere or you're staying still. That's the only states at the moment. And no, think, just run. You've already seen how they run. Let me go ahead and have the else do their thing though. And we'll continue for a little bit longer, and then I think we'll be good to go. My last goal is just making sure the ghosts can go from one place to the next. They don't need to animate, they don't need to do their woo, but we'll see. No, that's way too much. You'd be surprised how fast these ghosts can move. I've seen them do double speed one time. So I'll go to the right a little bit. We'll go to the left a little bit. We'll go to the back a little bit. Then we'll go to the front a little bit. Then we'll also do some neck stretches. So go to the left. This is right. We'll go to the left a little bit. You can go down. You can also go up. You can go to the right. You can also go to the left. There's also looking left and down. That one tends to be a pretty good stretch. And you can also go to the right and look down too. And your model's so cool though. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you. Glad to think so. I put a bit of effort into it, so it's always nice to hear when it paid off. Let's see. I think I'm all good and stretched though. Hopefully, this won't be too bad. I'm guessing because a lot of the code we're currently using can be reused. A lot of the customer's current code is not too shabby. It's updated, which is good. The ghosts are old. They're at least half a year old. Customers have been recently fixed. They're better. They're far better. But again, welcome in, Olivia. Let's see. Let's go maybe to the right a bit. And old doesn't mean bad. No, it does not, but it can mean outdated. It could mean outdated, stuck in its time. The future is now, old man. Let me get some water. Wow. Don't make me shake my can. You listen now here, Sonny. I've got a thing to tell you. Back in my day, we used to have to climb mountains to get to school. You're lucky you can drive on the bus. Infectious or quick. I'm glad to hear it. Had to walk uphill both ways. Back in my day, we didn't have states. These kids, no respect. We had to start with Visual Basic and hope we could make a box for text input. No respect, I tell you. Oh boy, retro vintage. I do quite like me some retro and vintage. I can't literally say that. 100%. Glad to hear it. With all of that said, though, everyone should be back from the ad break, so welcome back. Shall we continue? No! I already did the old man voice. We did it during Deltarune. And we did Old Lady Orc, didn't we as well? Let's see. Unready var current state. I believe this is already in our customer or ghost state machine. Do you get exported from regular state machine? Do we have and hi Sport. Welcome to stream, and I come to listen in. That sounds about what I'm doing 90% of the stream. And back in my day, we had to use assembly and pray we didn't break our machines. The horror! Let's see. State machine. We have game state. We have customer state. Do we have a regular state machine? We have a state, but no state machine. The ancient text. Back in my day, we didn't have save states. You had to beat the game in one sitting or start over. Let's see here. We have a state, but we don't have a state machine. There's only currently a customer state machine. If I click on customer, you can see state machine, only customer. So this might have to be something I do on my off time then modifying this guy, which I don't mind one bit. If we go back to our ghost state machine, what do we have on here? For example, we have, let's see, current state is not previously declared variable. Where are we using current state at? Why are you angry? Hold on. Var, oh, hold on. Let's just do, let's see, by default. Yeah, hold on. How are you doing that? Hold on. How do? Target manager. We don't need target manager. We need state machine. We have you doing all of this. I guess we only use it once then? Current state, like that. There you go. Happy? Good. And pray the transformers don't burn out. There A equals false. It's always false, I tell you. And you're using spaces and script names? I didn't know you could do that. Could you elaborate just a smidge? What do you mean by spaces? Do you mean this here? Oh! I wish I didn't look. Yeah, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. This is old code. Just a heads up, all right? I haven't touched this since half a year. I assure you, 90% of the code is not like that. I have been refactoring and cleaning. This definitely will change. Thank you for telling me that. Great eye. Yes, you can though. If you really want to, you can use spaces though. I don't recommend. Oh boy, let's see here. We have ready, we have move customer to target. I think instead it should be move ghost to target. It's kind of crazy you get different files for each state though. This is gonna be cleaned up, hopefully. The thing is, a lot of these guys are the same exact thing in some ways. Some of them aren't. We have two current things that use a state machine. The customer uses a state machine, and I want to make this so that it's just a default state machine with a customer on top of it, like what we did for our manager. So right now, the reason why customer state machine is its own thing is because it does customer stuff very differently than if it were a ghost. I think that's fine to do. For the ghost, because it does different things than the customer, it might be the case that, because I copied over everything from customer, so we'll see how much of customer code we use. Right now, there's a few things we need to do. We need to have a way for the ghost to stay in place. Ghost stay in place. Place. And we need to have a way for the ghost to move. Ghost move to new place. That's all the ghost really needs to do. And we have move customer to target. We can change this to move ghost. And again, this is the thing of, we could possibly just make this one single signal with a move entity to target, because a customer and a ghost are both entities. So we could have that as well. But for now, temporarily speaking, we have move ghost to target, and we also have this change to sit state. We don't want that. We're going to do change ghost to idle, idle ghost, idle ghost, idle underscore ghost. There we are. And then we have, let's see, in our start manager, and once customer's loaded, manager is initiated. Where are we using the start manager at? Where are you doing the thing? If we go back to our customers, we click on here, I'm going to guess start manager happens somewhere in our ready process. Yep, start manager, state manager, start manager.self. Yep. So what we'll do in our ghost is something like that as well. So we'll just you know what, the temporarily. I just want to see if we can get it working. That's the hope at the moment. We'll also do a ghost function ready func underscore ready there. We'll go ahead and do that there. Go ahead and do that there. So state manager, you need to also do at export var, and we'll do state manager, state underscore manager. We'll set it to a ghost state manager, ghost state machine. Hold on now. Are you called a state machine or state manager? Blah. Disgusting, I tell you. State manager. M-A-N-A-G-E-R. State manager. There you are. Lovely. And we can also do grab you there, access this unique name, and we'll just drag, or hold on. I forget if there is much of a difference between dragging and dropping or doing at export. Why are you angry? We have you there. You are a ghost state machine. You are not, I believe, saved, so I have to do, let's see, state machine.start manager, customer. Yep, we need to take in a ghost. So we go back to here, start manager, new ghost, so do G-H-O-S-T. And hi, Anna the Deaf, welcome to stream, welcome in. And we couldn't drag and drop in Godot 3. I did used to do, I was in Godot 3 for a time, no longer. I don't remember those days, I can't say that much. Let's see, we do ghost here, and we'll also do that there. Just remove it for now. We're just modifying it. We have state.type, idle state, move state. Yep, and we have states here. Yep, that's fine to go. We have you here, and we also have you here. Yep. We're going to, what I can do is do Control F, Control R, and I can replace everything that has customer word, and I can do ghost, and I can do replace all, and now everything in here is changed to ghost. And we have ghost move state, that needs to be changed. So if I just do G-H-O-S-T, ghost move state, like that there. Now, why are you angry? Ghost move state at export var, move state. We have this here. I think it'd be fine to just really do idle state and move state, truth be told. I think this is fine. And we have move state percentage. This guy, I believe, needs to be accessed as unique name. You also need to be accessed as unique name. Are you now happy? Why are we still angry? And we have ghost move state. Yep. Okay. Some things are breaking, some are not. And Chama from Godot 3, memory wiped. You know what? That wouldn't be the first time. I'll admit, would not be the first time. It was just so awful. Let's see, at onReady var, ghost. We'll do this instead. And I can just drag and drop these guys if I hold down Alt. And that should be good. Idle state. Yep, idle state can previous declared. Yep, we'll remove you there. There you go, happy now. And then we have move state here, and we have idle state here, like that. There you go. And is Olivia's the one who's making the mod on Khan's game? Oh, you're that, Olivia, I see. I'm telling you, I want to get into modding. Well done to you. I'd love to one day make Minecraft mods, so I can only imagine modding like an up-and-coming indie game is. So welcome in. Especially welcome in, really. Let's see. So start manager, ghost equals new ghost, and then state.has current state. State's current state, enter ghost. Yes. Now, ghost equals new ghost. Yes, indeedy. We have at onready var ghost, and then we'll do ghost, and then we'll grab and drop our ghost like this. So nope, hold on. Initial state. What are you angry at? We have to make sure these guys are commented out, so it can be, never mind. Undo that. Where are we at? Let's see. Move ghost. Let's see. Ghost is a variable, does not contain a type. Ghost to move. Oh, hold on. Ghost there. Ghost and ghost. Should have checked for case typing. Now if we save it, does it update? So this state manager, ghost state machine, export var, like that. And I was really stuck with Godot 3 for some reason, was mad at changes that happened in 4. Then one day after 2 months, after I updated my system, realized what I was using 4. The new age. And that clearly is no class name of ghost move state, duh. Let's see here. We have at export var ghost. There we go. Now ghosts appeared here. We'll then go back to our ghost here, drag and drop our ghost. Initial state shall be idle state here. Good to go. Lovely. From there, in our ghost state manager, once we start the manager up, if state has current state, state's current state, enter. So where are we doing current state? Oh, I know. Current state's up here. Yep. Good. That's good to go. Good to know. And current state, yeah. And our initial state. So our current state is idle, initial state is good. I think that's fine. And our process, if current state is not equal to state.type none, state update, sure, fine. Might have to look into this a little bit more, but we'll see. In our change state, we set the new state. So if we're already in state, do nothing, exit current state. Then we move the ghost, so we move the ghost. Ghost to move gets parent, yep. And then we change state to move. Good, okay. And in our change states, where are we using this guy at? Yeah. Something I also like doing is that if the function's used in another function, I usually like putting it up top. I believe in C++ it was a rule because I didn't know what it was if it came before. I don't think that's a thing in Godot, but I know it was a thing in C++ at the very least, where if the function happened before you called it, I didn't like it. It's disgusting. We have move ghost. We also have, let's see, and where do we use move ghost at? We use move ghost on move ghost to target. Yep. Move ghost, ghost to move. Yep, that's good to go. And then we have change ghost to sit state. Instead, let's change it to idle. So change ghost to idle. Idle state, ghost to idle. Idle here, ghost to idle, get parent, ghost to idle equals you. And what we can do actually as well, this might just need to be changed overall. I'm seeing a lot of things that I think need to be changed. We have change state, status, get parent, update state, yep. And what we need to do as well is just do that there. Change states, if current state equal new state, yep. And what we can do as well is do current state equals, and we'll do state.type.idle, like that, idle there. And then we'll also change the state to be move. So change state, or actually, rather, hold on. We shouldn't even have to modify it. We do it down here. State, current state, yep. There we are. Good. I think this takes care of everything we need, possibly. And change ghost to sit state. Nope, we just need idle ghost. So I'm going to remove that. We have move ghost to target, move ghost, and idle ghost equals idle ghost. So idle here. There we are. From there, what will have happened is, and why are you angry? Idle ghost, let's see, move ghost. And there should be one called idle, I believe. Change ghost to idle ghost. There you are, idle ghost and move ghost. Lovely. So the hope is that once we do all of that in our ghost manager here, now I say this, now I'm realizing this is going to be a lot more work than another 15-ish minutes, which is unfortunate. Let's see, we have remove ghost from idle, delete ghost, no ghost, all of you guys here. What I want to do is, let's see, move ghost to new idle state. These guys here, they get called. So I'm realizing there's more steps that we have to do in the process, because where we call the move, the change, the move, delete, add, yeah, okay, I say we call it a day here then, because this guy's got to get moved around a lot too, which is okay, yeah, that's what we'll do. So to recap what will be going on, what will currently be going on, let me click on this guy here. I will, from now until next week, work on my own time in implementing these guys here. So if it happens to be the case I can't get the wander and follow, the dish, and the fear or working again, that's what we'll be working on next week. But if I can get all three of these things done, then we'll work on the idea of the ghost affecting the way the game is played with the readability, and we'll also work on the visibility of the spells too, depending on where the ghost is. So that's next week's plans. Tomorrow, what we'll be doing is we'll be working on character animations when it comes to pixel art. If I scroll down here a little bit, and let's see if I can quickly grab her. Let's see, materials here. We go into vampire. Where are we at? Vampire. You would think I'd have things organized, but the answer is no. What we've been doing, because it is spooky month, is we're playing a solo RPG called 1000-Year-Old Vampire. And the idea is that it is a whole theater of the mind game, but it's a fun exercise to do for not only writing, but for also pixel art, gasp. And if I drag and drop this here, we've been working on a orc druid turned vampire after being betrayed, and this is currently her current look. And what we'll be doing tomorrow is talking about how to make character animations. So we'll be animating this little version of her doing some attack animations. So tomorrow will be a pixel art study on how to animate pixel art characters doing different animations, specifically attack animations. So that's what's up tomorrow. And then the orc looks so good. Thank you, Captain. Orc. the explanation, all of that should be also coming out on YouTube tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we'll be playing Amori for the first time. I have no idea what I'm going into, but again, because it's spooky month, we'll be good. And yep, I said I would do it this week, and I did do it this week. But yeah, this is her character sprite, and then this is an art of you, or of you. And thank you, Captain. I'm glad you like it. And hopefully, tomorrow we'll do some attack animations like bear claws or something. Could be a lot of fun. Saying all of that, though, let me bring you back into the screen here. And move this here. Bear claws, yeah! Yeah! Now, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I'd love to see if we can raid another Godot game dev. It's always fun to see them because it's a lot of fun to find new people. And in psychological horror, I've been told I don't do horror games, but it's been recommended I play Amori, and I only play one horror game a year. So if I end up liking Amori, we'll continue it, but you at least get one Amori. I can only promise you that much, as I don't do horror. I am terrified. Oh boy. Well, then that's said and done. I'm going to go to the end screen on YouTube side of things, and we're going to end it. But if you're on Twitch, I'll go to the end screen and come back. We'll see if we can find a good old game dev to read. That should be a lot of fun. Saying that, though, I hope to see you all tomorrow, or maybe even next week, or maybe even Sunday, sometime soon. You know, you can come by. It doesn't hurt. Well, that's it, though. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for joining. I hope you have a lovely one, a great one, a lovely, lovely, lovely one. And I hope to see you all soon. Bye-bye.